Chapter 2060. He was thoroughly enraged. Terrifying power was contained within his bloodshot eyes. The aura on his body unfurled in circles, appearing exceedingly frightening. It was as if he was about to expand his domain. However, it was suppressed to a radius of less than 10 meters by the Primal Origin Pavilion. One could well imagine how formidable this treasure of the Primal Origin Pavilion was. It was able to suppress a peak profound death stage expert to the point where he had no way to retaliate. Even so, the current young Master Dai still appeared exceedingly frightening. The expressions of many people immediately turned extremely ugly. However, there were even more who became excited, because they seemed to have witnessed something fun. There was naturally no need to mention the might of the Primal Origin Pavilion. It was rather famous in the nearby worlds. However, the Great Change God sect was no pushover. Otherwise, how would young Master Dai dare to stir up trouble in the Primal Origin Pavilion? Boom! Young Master Dai's fist rumbled towards Yi Shiwen. Although it had been suppressed to a very small area by the Primal Origin Pavilion, its power was still concentrated in a small area, making it even more terrifying. The fist pressure caused cracks to appear in the sky. This was still within the Primal Origin Pavilion. If it was outside, it would definitely be an earth-shattering scene. What followed next was an even more unforgettable scene. Yi Shiwen was not the slightest bit flustered in the face of such a frightening attack. Young Master Dai had already pounced over in practically an instant. Only at this moment did Yi Shiwen finally react. He lifted his leg and kicked out. There wasn't even the slightest fluctuation of true yuan. It was as if it was just a simple kick. Then a flabbergasted scene appeared in front of everyone. Young Master Dai's dreadful fist intention, under Yi Shiwen's foot, unexpectedly collapsed in an instant. It broke cleanly in a split second. Wherever Yi Shiwen's foot went, the fist intention would collapse there. No one could believe how dreadful it was. Next, Yi Shiwen's foot directly landed on young Master Dai's face. Bang! Another incomparably loud rumble rang out. Yi Shiwen didn't seem to have exerted any strength at all as young Master Dai was sent flying with a single kick. He smashed into the walls of the Primal Origin Pavilion, causing cracks to appear. His head was bleeding profusely at this moment, and his skull was cracked from being stepped on. Hiss! The surrounding people gasped. No one expected Yi Shiwen to be so ferocious. Compared to Liya just now, his movements were even lighter. There was not a trace of smoke and fire at all. At this time, how could everyone still not understand that this Yi Shiwen's strength was probably far above this young Master Dai? Otherwise, it was basically impossible for him to cripple this young Master Dai so easily. It was just one foot, and he didn't use any magical power or any leg technique. It was just a very simple step, but it could actually produce such an effect. This was a mythical figure. This was the only thought that popped up in everyone's mind. Only a legendary figure would possess such strength. Similarly, only a legendary figure would dare to disregard the threat of the Great Change sect and trample on young Master Dai to such a state. However, these were merely guesses and could not be verified. Those who were able to enter the Primal Origin Pavilion were undoubtedly the most distinguished guests. These people were experts at the profound death realm at the very least. However, none of them dared to be presumptuous at this moment. Regardless of whether Yi Shiwen was a legendary expert or not, he was not someone they could afford to provoke. Young Master Dai struggled for a while, wanting to climb up. He roared like an injured beast. Yi Shiwen looked at him expressionlessly. He directly pinched a seal, forming a seal character in the air, and directly pressed down. Bang! Another loud sound rang out. This time, young Master Dai was simply unable to climb up. The seal character on his body was like the most frightening chain, completely suppressing him. You dare to suppress me? Do you know who I am? My father will not let you off. Young Master Dai roared. Yi Shiwen frowned slightly. This kind of idiot was only an idiot. No matter how strong he was, he could not change the nature of a playboy deep in his bones. He would not be able to achieve great things. To be able to cultivate to this level, it was most likely the result of the great change sex expenditure of countless resources. Compared to the heavenly fox young master, Jun Dingtian, by Zhensheng and the others that Yi Shiwen had seen before, the difference was simply like the clouds and mud. He was not even fit to carry the shoes of these opponents. Then let them come. Yi Shiwen said indifferently. Yi Shiwen did not even have the intention to kill this kind of idiot. It was a complete waste. At this time, Ruo Qing was completely scared silly. In her heart, young Master Dai, who was almost invincible, was suppressed so easily. First, he was sent flying by a slap from that unremarkable little girl, and then he was easily suppressed by this handsome young man. This person looked to be only a few 100 years old. He was not even as old as her. How could he be so terrifying? This feeling made her feel as if she had returned to the time when she had just joined the sect. It was the same feeling she had when she faced that old fart. Mysterious, powerful, and unfathomable. It was the same feeling. One must know that she had already stepped into the profound death realm to be able to give her such a feeling. Even if this person was not in the myth realm, he was not far from it. Thinking that she had actually offended such a terrifying expert, she could not help but tremble. However, what made her rejoice was that Yi Shiwen did not even look at her. He directly said to Ruoshi, let's go in. Although he did not have a good impression of Ruo Qing, he had never thought of getting involved in other people's family matters. Yes, senior. Compared to the dazed Ruo Qing, Ruoshi's face was brimming with a smile. She had indeed not misjudged him. Yi Shiwen and the others directly entered the primordial chaos building, disappearing before everyone's eyes. At this time, everyone finally dared to breathe. Although Yi Shiwen did not reveal any powerful aura from the beginning to the end, just his unfathomable strength alone, as if he had casually sent young Master Dai away, had completely frightened everyone. This kind of strength was not something an ordinary person could possess. It was almost at the level of the legendary myth realm experts. Facing such an expert, everyone was afraid that even breathing would arouse this expert's disgust, causing him to be killed in one move. If that happened, they would not even have a place to cry. It's so scary. I thought I was already very scary when I saw the overwhelming aura of a mythical expert. But now it seems that this kind of understatement, without a trace of smoke and fire, is the real power. That's right, it's really terrifying. That little girl was already very powerful. But this person is even more powerful. Who is this person? I've never heard of him before. Could it be that he is an expert from another world? It's also possible, after all. The divine Dan world has appeared in the vicinity. Many rarely seen myth realm experts have also appeared one after another. These myth realm experts have extraordinary means and methods to prolong their lifespan. I don't know how many myth realm experts have survived for, so it's normal that we don't know them. This time, this young Master Dai has completely kicked an iron plate. This time, he has been taught a terrible lesson. Ha ha! He has been beaten up like a dead dog. That's right, he thought that he was very strong, but in the end he was trampled into a cripple. This young Master Dai was lying on his stomach on the ground. His posture was very humiliating. His ears were listening to the ridicule of the people around him. His face had already become abnormally ugly. However, his face had already been trampled, so it was impossible to see it. This word seal not only made him unable to move, but also sealed the energy of his entire body, causing him to bleed incessantly. However, he was unable to mobilize Jinyuan to repair his wounds, making him look abnormally ferocious. Damn, you people actually dare to laugh at me. Just you wait. Wait for me to break out from inside. I will certainly dismember your corpses into 10,000 pieces. I will kill all of you, and that damned human brat, I will definitely kill you." Young Master Dai was still roaring even at this stage. That was because there was a colossus standing behind him, the Great Change Divine Sect. Yi Shiwen was walking on the corridor of the primordial building. Young Master Dai's roars could still be heard behind him. However, Yi Shiwen didn't care at all. This kind of debauchee wasn't enough to pose any threat to him. "Senior, although this young Master Dai is nothing, there are several legendary experts in the Great Change Divine Sect. It will be troublesome if they attack us," Ruashi said in a somewhat worried manner. "It's nothing, you don't need to worry." Yi Shiwen shook his head and didn't take it to heart. "I also want to see what kind of person has taught this idiot." Ruashi looked at Yi Shiwen with a strange expression on her face. She knew that Yi Shiwen was probably younger than her. However, in the world of warriors, the strong were respected, and the strong were respected. Therefore, there was nothing wrong with addressing him as senior. However, the feeling of being able to call in existence at the peak of the profound death realm an idiot made her feel abnormally strange. However, she couldn't help but feel a little excited in her heart. Following Yi Shiwen, she felt as if her level had also increased. Yi Shiwen could naturally see what Ruashi was thinking. However, he didn't have any intention to explain. Compared to those peak experts that he had encountered, Ruashi could only be considered as an idiot who had grown up in a greenhouse. They walked all the way inside. However, the news spread faster than they could advance. Before they had even walked halfway, the person in charge of the primordial building had personally come to visit them. It was a legendary expert. From afar, he appeared to be a short and fat man dressed in a gorgeous robe. His plump figure made him look somewhat comical. Chapter 2061. This person actually looked a little funny, with a warm smile on his face. However, Yi Shiwen did not dare to look down on him. From the faintly discernible fluctuations on his body, he was actually a legend expert. The primordial pavilion, indeed, had a deep foundation. Not only was the primordial pavilion itself a powerful artifact, but it also had a legend expert guarding it at all times. "My name is Bao Sanhua. I didn't know that you would come. Please forgive me for not coming out to greet you." The person came up with a smile on his face. He did not look down on Yi Shiwen just because of his young age. The news had already reached him. At first, he was a little surprised and even a little in disbelief. A junior like young Master Dai, although he didn't take him to heart, but in the end, to ordinary people, he was also a rarely seen expert. Young Master Dai had always been arrogant and despotic. It wasn't that there weren't people who could deal with him. It was just that ordinary people weren't a match for him. Those who could deal with him, firstly, were too lazy to deal with the younger generation. Secondly, they were afraid of the Great Change sect behind him. Hence, they would give them face. This time, he had really kicked an iron plate. However, that was a matter between Yi Shiwen and the Great Change God sect. It had nothing to do with the primordial pavilion. Moreover, young Master Dai, who was only at the profound death realm, was not someone he cared about. They were not on the same level. "You are too polite." Yi Shiwen did not mind giving face to the other party. "May I know what you are here to buy from the primordial pavilion?" Bao Sanhua asked. "I want to buy information." Yi Shiwen asked. "Information about the divine Dan world." Bao Sanhua smiled. "There have been many people asking about this recently. I believe that you are here for this matter as well." "Yes." Yi Shiwen nodded. "I wonder if the primordial pavilion has any information about the divine Dan world, more or less." Bao Sanhua said with a smile. "This time when the divine Dan realm appeared, we also obtained an ancient map of the divine Dan realm. I wonder if brother is interested?" "Ancient map?" Yi Shiwen's eyes suddenly lit up. "That's right. Someone found it in the Dan God realm. However, there are only 100 copies of the map. If brother wants to obtain it, you can participate in our auction." Bao Sanhua said. We can't guarantee the accuracy of this map, because this map is a map of the Dan God realm from many years ago. No one knows what it has become now, but we can guarantee that the source of the news is reliable. I want it. Yi Shiwen immediately said. In any case, having this map was much better than having nothing at all. But Bao Sanhua looked at Yi Shiwen with a bitter smile and said, What's the problem? Yi Shiwen asked, Bao Sanhua, why haven't you settled the matter yet? Suddenly, a frivolous voice came from behind Bao Sanhua. Then a tall alien covered in jade-green scales walked over. He looked a little ferocious. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes. He instinctively felt that Bao Sanhua's predicament was related to this foreigner. Brother, although we have the map in our hands, this brother is also interested. What do you think? Bao Sanhua said. It's fine, I only need the inscription. Yi Shiwen said. That's for the best. Bao Sanhua immediately said with a smile. Wait a minute, I haven't said yes yet. The foreign race expert stepped forward and said coldly, Bao Sanhua, our master is willing to look for you. That's giving you face. Don't be so shameless. Bao Sanhua's face immediately fell. Although he greeted people with a smile, he was a genuine legendary expert with his own pride and self-esteem. However, the expression on his face only flashed for a moment, and he soon restored his genial appearance. However, all of this could not be hidden from Yi Shiwen's eyes, and he thought, this Bao Sanhua is not a person without a temper. I want to ask, who is your master? How can he be so arrogant? Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes and said with a bad expression. This foreigner shot a glance at Yi Shiwen and indifferently said, Lord's prestige isn't something a backwater like you can know. It's not too late for you to get lost now. Otherwise, I'll make you pay for it later. Even if Yi Shiwen's temper was good, he couldn't help it at this time. Not to mention, he had a strong character. I really don't believe it. This map, I want it, no matter who says it is useless. Yi Shiwen said, Brat, I think you're looking to die. You're just a human, but you dare to clamor in front of me? I've eaten quite a few people, like you, who think they're young geniuses. I've eaten them alive. The outsider laughed malevolently, revealing a mouthful of sharp, snow-white teeth. Yi Shiwen did not speak, but his eyes flashed with killing intent. It seems that you are really tired of living. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes. Good, good, good. I like to eat those self-righteous humans the most. This terrifying native clan member instantly attacked and directly clawed towards Yi Shiwen. In an instant, it seemed as if it had turned into a monstrous hell. It had turned into a scroll and directly pressed down on Yi Shiwen. Even under the suppression of the primordial chaos building, it still burst out with shocking power. This was the horror of a legendary master. The strength of a terrifying master at the third, heavenly level of the legendary realm had completely burst out. Wallalala! The terrible airwaves blew on Yi Shiwen's body, and the clothes on his body fluttered in the wind. Yi Shiwen's body was constantly swaying, and this monstrous momentum couldn't descend on Yi Shiwen's body at all. Death! The terrifying big hand of the foreign race expert grabbed down, and his eyes revealed an ominous glint. The big hand that had turned into a terrible scroll directly slapped down, and wanted to shatter the space, shattering all the space that Yi Shiwen could dodge. Clang! Suddenly, a pair of golden wings appeared behind Yi Shiwen and enveloped him in it. That monstrous giant hand was fiercely blocked. The foreign race expert was stunned for a moment, and then a cruel smile appeared on his face. Boy, I didn't expect that you would also enter the legendary realm, but it's useless. A mere first heavenly level of the legendary realm dares to be arrogant in front of me? You are still too weak. He took a step forward, and suddenly a monstrous aura swept out. A terrifying aura that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas swept out. Endless real elemental energy rolled out and pressed down, bringing with it an overwhelming divinity that directly crushed down. This was a terrifying existence at the third, heavenly level of the legendary realm. You're only a first division godmyth, boy, but I can't believe you forced me to go all out. You're the first person to do that. But if you can push me this far, you're going to end up in a very bad state. I'm going to eat you up piece by piece. For a moment, the entire void was filled with a terrifying power, and even the entire primordial pavilion began to react. The formation was activated, and it wanted to suppress the power of the foreign race expert. But it was blocked by the foreign race expert. The foreign race expert didn't care about the pressure of the primordial pavilion, and the terrifying power on his body directly crushed Yi Shiwen's divine soul. His realm was much higher than Yi Shiwen's, and he planned to use the advantage of his realm to suppress Yi Shiwen. Bao Sanhua hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Stop, this is our primordial pavilion. Don't tell me you want to act recklessly. Get lost, who dares to block my way." The foreign race expert said coldly and directly pushed Bao Sanhua away and directly attacked Yi Shiwen. Li Ye and Ruashi, who were behind Yi Shiwen, repeatedly retreated. Although they had entered the profound death realm, there was no way they could compare to a legendary expert. Simply stubborn. Just kill him. I'd like to see if that master of yours will come looking for trouble with me. Yi Shiwen was also completely enraged. Although he didn't want to cause trouble, he was absolutely not afraid of it. Suddenly, his body shook, and he suddenly took a step forward. Like a sharp blade, the aura created by the foreign race expert was completely destroyed by Yi Shiwen in an instant. Then, Yi Shiwen took another step forward and directly rushed in front of the foreign race expert and directly punched out. Boom! The entire void was trembling. That was a punch that was integrated with a terrifying fist intent, and the entire void was sucked out by this punch. Countless fist principles turned into talismans and directly appeared, and then directly fell on the foreign race expert. This punch wasn't just a simple punch. It clearly contained all of Yi Shiwen's understanding of the fist way. He had condensed all of it into this punch. It was extraordinarily powerful. At this moment, the expression of the foreign race expert changed in an instant. Why did a warrior of the first level of Powong realm give him such an extremely dangerous feeling, as if he would really be killed by this person? All of the defense on his body was almost completely broken in an instant, and he was shocked by Yi Shiwen. His whole body took a few steps back and instinctively wanted to retreat to avoid the sharpness of Yi Shiwen's fist, but it was completely useless. Yi Shiwen's fist seemed to be installed with a navigation system and directly locked onto him, making it impossible for him to escape. Yi Shiwen sealed the surrounding space and directly blasted towards his head. Damned human, die! With nowhere to retreat, the foreign race expert let out a loud roar and simply stopped retreating. Then he completely went forward and blasted out a punch, wanting to compete with Yi Shiwen to see whose body was stronger. Boom! An incomparably loud roar sounded, and his fist and Yi Shiwen's fist collided fiercely. Ah! A miserable scream came from the mouth of the foreign race expert. Chapter 2062. Arg! The alien suddenly felt an endless pain, as if his entire arm was about to be torn apart. The protective Zhen Yuan around his body was completely shattered. Then, that terrible power directly fell on his fist, and then his entire arm began to disintegrate inch by inch in the void. The primitive laws and talismans that appeared on his arm were completely useless. They couldn't even block the terrible power that was wreaking havoc on his arm. He roared in pain and retreated again and again, escaping from the collision with Yi Shiwen. He looked at Yi Shiwen with incomparable horror in his eyes. He could not believe it. His realm was 2 whole realms higher than Yi Shiwen's, but his physical body was so vulnerable when facing Yi Shiwen. He was not a match for Yi Shiwen at all. Just how strong was Yi Shiwen's physical body? Inside Yi Shiwen's body, the fist Dao incarnation slowly integrated into his body, and his strength also rose at an astonishing speed. Facing such a powerful legendary expert at the third level of Paong realm, even he had to be cautious. Even a lion would use its full strength to catch a rabbit. Yi Shiwen took another step forward, and actually directly chased after the foreign race expert, like a monarch descending to the mortal world. That terrifying aura came crashing down on that foreign being. What's going on? He clearly saw a universe pressing down on him. His entire person was almost hysterically roaring. What was going on? Could it be that he was hallucinating? That monstrous fist intent actually had no reaction under the suppression of the primordial building. Bao Sanhua looked at Yi Shiwen in shock. He was very clear that under the suppression of the primordial building, even legendary experts would be affected. But looking at Yi Shiwen's appearance, he did not seem to be affected at all. Under the suppression of Yi Shiwen's terrifying aura, the foreign race expert could not move at all, and it seemed like he was completely suppressed. Want to eat me? You still dare to say that? Yi Shiwen playfully looked at the foreign race expert, who was constantly struggling. But under the impact of the tyrannical power, there was no use at all. How is this possible? You're just at the first level of the Paong realm. How can you suppress me? I can't be suppressed by someone at the first level of the Paong realm. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. The expert of the foreign race kept struggling and roaring. Yi Shiwen stood steadily and suppressed him. Currently, Yi Shiwen had only fused with the fist incarnation. He had not even entered the state of 5 Emperor's possession, let alone fusing with the second sword incarnation. But even so, his strength had reached an unimaginable level. It was simply immeasurable. The outsider expert's entire body was trembling. He was filled with endless humiliation and rage. He roared out continuously, trying to struggle free. Powerful true energy spread out and exploded out. Boom! That foreign race powerhouse's body flickered with golden light. He wanted to break free from Yi Shiwen's suppression. Yi Shiwen ferociously stomped his foot down. The power that erupted spread out and directly suppressed his foot. Any explosive reaction wasn't a match for Yi Shiwen at all, and was directly suppressed by him. Damn human, you'll definitely die, and you'll definitely die miserably. Do you know who I am? Do you know how powerful my lord is? If you offend my lord, there'll be no place for you to hide in the entire universe. He continued to roar and tried to break free from Yi Shiwen's foot. When that time comes, I'll definitely kill you. I'll skin you alive. Humph, stubborn. Originally, I didn't have to kill you, but now that you've said it, I'll definitely kill you. Yi Shiwen's eyes flickered with a shocking killing intent. He stomped his foot and directly caused the expert of the foreign race to spit out a mouthful of blood. Brother, please have mercy. Bao Sanhua quickly stepped forward and said, Don't worry, I won't implicate you. When the time comes, just push the blame to me. Yi Shiwen said indifferently. He wasn't afraid at all. His range of activity was too far away from this universe. If it wasn't for the sake of rescuing Li Feng, he probably wouldn't have come here at all. He wasn't from here at all. So naturally, he wasn't afraid of the revenge of the local tyrant. Bao Sanhua looked at Yi Shiwen with a bitter smile and said, Brother, please have mercy. Although he's insignificant, the person behind him is very powerful. If his subordinate dies in our primordial chaos pavilion, I'm afraid the primordial chaos pavilion will be implicated. If that's the case, I'll give you face. However, even if he can be spared from death, he can't escape punishment. Isn't he relying on his powerful strength to commit crimes? In that case, I'll take away his strength and teach him a lesson. As soon as Yi Shiwen's voice fell, he didn't give Bao Sanhua any time to stop him. His 5 fingers turned into claws and directly grabbed the expert of the foreign race, pressing it on his head. Even though this foreign race expert was suppressed by Yi Shiwen, he was still so arrogant. It was obvious that he wouldn't rest until Yi Shiwen was dead. Yi Shiwen naturally wouldn't be polite to such a person. However, he also didn't want to offend the primordial chaos pavilion to the extreme. However, taking away the strength of a person was also a great punishment for him. After stepping into the myth realm, everything was different for Yi Shiwen. They were both myth experts. Even if the opponent was at the peak of myth realm, it was impossible for him to kill him like a bug like before. Yi Shiwen started to revolve his power. The principles and magic charms condensed in the body of this foreign race expert were extracted at once and condensed into a mass of earth-shattering blood essence. All of it contained incomparably pure energy. He didn't absorb it himself. Instead, he threw it directly onto Leah. He already had a portion of the blood essence of dozens of myth experts in his body. So far, he hadn't been able to completely absorb that huge amount of energy. Extra energy was meaningless to him. As long as he absorbed all the blood essence, he would be able to make great progress. But for Leah, it was different. This was a top-notch blood essence belonging to the third sky of the myth realm. It was enough to make her cultivation progress to an astonishing level. However, this energy completely fell into Leah's body. It couldn't directly push her into the myth realm. This made Yi Shiwen feel strange. This life essence was undoubtedly more than enough to create a myth expert. At this time, he recalled what Leah had said before. Her race actually had such a fate. If she couldn't break through, she would never be able to step into the myth realm. However, this energy wasn't wasted. As long as Leah stepped into the myth realm, this life essence would completely erupt and help her advance further. Maybe she would directly break into the second sky of the Pawang realm. This was equivalent to this foreign race expert's 10,000 years of bitter cultivation being poured into Leah's body all at once. Yi Shiwen's attack was ruthless and merciless. He didn't hold back at all. He didn't leave anything behind. This foreign race expert was constantly screaming in pain. His entire body strength was being sucked away. To him, this was simply an incomparably terrifying blow. "How dare you? How dare you?" He roared as if he still couldn't believe it. Perhaps after following his lord, things had been too smooth for him. In so many worlds, no one dared to offend his lord. No one even dared to provoke him. He had long forgotten that there might still be people who didn't take him and his lord seriously. Ah, supreme technique. Explode. He roared. All of a sudden, a powerful force gushed out from his body. Finally, a terrifying force surged out from his blood vessels. It was a kind of imprint that was deeply embedded in his soul, and it suddenly surged out. However, a peerless and proud figure leapt out of his body at this time. It was a young man dressed in a strange robe. He stood tall and straight with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked like a long spear that pierced through the heaven and earth. He had an earth-shattering aura as he coldly looked at Yi Shiwen. "My lord, save me." The foreign race expert quickly knelt down and struggled to escape from Yi Shiwen's control. "Who are you? How dare you touch my slave?" He didn't even look at the foreign race expert lying on the ground. He just looked at Yi Shiwen coldly. His eyes flickered with brilliance. It looked very terrifying. "So this is your slave." Yi Shiwen glanced at him. There was a dignified look in his eyes. It was just a virtual shadow, but it gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. His real body was definitely an earth-shattering powerhouse. "If you can't control your slave well, then don't blame me for helping you." Yi Shiwen said without any trace of politeness. "I can teach my slave a lesson, but you are not qualified," he said indifferently. "A mere spirit incarnation dares to be presumptuous in front of me. I think you are crazy." Yi Shiwen shouted loudly. He had already seen that this wasn't the real body. Although it also possessed extremely powerful strength, it was still far from being able to challenge Yi Shiwen. "Humph, an ant. Do you think I am that trash?" After saying that, The aura of the young man began to expand. In the void, a huge crack was torn open by force. There was a powerful force that wanted to directly travel across the vast sky. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes. This spirit incarnation actually used his body as a coordinate to summon an extremely powerful force across the vast sky and instilled it into his body. How can I let you succeed? Yi Shiwen saw it at a glance. Naturally, he couldn't let him succeed. He immediately attacked. Chapter 2063. Yi Shiwen roared and instantly made his move. His big hand directly smashed the entire sky. The energy that was transmitted over was directly crushed by him. It couldn't fall on the body of the spirit incarnation at all. It was completely absorbed into Yi Shiwen's body. Let me see how many more tricks you have. Break for me. He did not give the spirit incarnation any chance to flourish at all. He directly slammed his palm down, like a giant hand, smashing down. Yi Shiwen's attack was a monstrous attack, directly falling down with a loud bang. Although the spirit incarnation had all its escape routes blocked by Yi Shiwen, it was not in a hurry, and there was not the slightest bit of panic in its eyes. There was even a bit of contempt in its eyes. Bang! The spirit incarnation tried to resist, but it was instantly broken by Yi Shiwen. It was directly sent flying, and its body directly exploded on the spot. However, its eyes were unusually calm, and it just looked at Yi Shiwen coldly, not saying a word. Yi Shiwen naturally knew why it was like this. This was just a wisp of spirit incarnation. Even if Yi Shiwen destroyed it, it was not a big deal. However, since this foreign race powerhouse came to buy a map, it meant that they were also going to the Divine Dan realm, and it was not certain that they would meet again. Brother, you are really swift and decisive. Bao Sanhua could not help but smile bitterly, and he did not know what to say. The best words he could think of was swift and decisive. In fact, it was more than just swift and decisive. It was simply cruel and merciless. A mythical master, just like that, was crippled. For a creature to want to cultivate to such a level, it was unknown how many disasters, how many difficulties, and how many tribulations they had to go through to be able to cultivate to such a level. Even if it was a smooth-sailing person, it was unknown how much resources they had to consume to be able to do so. Such a person was crippled just like that, but he was an existence that could become the world lord of a world. Not only was he cruel and merciless, but he was also decisive in killing. There were millions of people who were cruel and merciless. Even that foreign expert who had been crippled by Yi Shiwen wasn't a good person. He wouldn't even blink his eyes if he were to slaughter millions of people. This was cruel and merciless. However, just being vicious and merciless wasn't enough. Most importantly, he was decisive and fearless. Even though he knew that this alien race had a powerful backer, he didn't hesitate in the slightest. This wasn't because he was ignorant, but because he had great wisdom and willpower. If it was him, he probably wouldn't be able to do it either. To be free and unfettered like this, to be able to point directly to one's heart. Only when one cultivated to this level would one be able to reach the great Tao. He was only a few hundred years old. To be able to cultivate to this level was no joke. He glanced at Yi Shiwen and said, "Fellow Taoist, may I know your name?" "My surname is Yi Shiwen." Yi Shiwen replied without concealing anything. "So it's fellow Taoist Yi." Bao Sanhua said, "Since fellow Taoist Yi has come for the Divine Dan realm, I wonder if you're willing to travel with our primordial pavilion. This time, our primordial pavilion also plans to enter the Divine Dan realm to investigate. If fellow Taoist Yi is willing to help, we can give you this ancient map for free." Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes and said, "I'm sorry, but I'm afraid there's no other way. I have important matters to attend to in the Divine Dan realm, and I really can't delay it." He thought for a moment, but still rejected Bao Sanhua's invitation. "Since that's the case, we won't force you. However, this ancient map isn't cheap because it wasn't obtained by our primordial pavilion. That person wants this ancient map for 10 million Xian pills, Bao Sanhua said. 10 million. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but open his eyes. It wasn't that he couldn't afford 10 million Xian pills, but he didn't expect this map to cost more than 10 million Xian pills. An ordinary peak, profound, death realm expert would only have a net worth of a few 100,000 Xian pills. The wealthier ones would only have a net worth of a few million Xian pills, and the wealthier ones would only have a net worth of a few million Xian pills. Some of the legends who had just entered the Paong realm would only have a net worth of a few million Xian pills. This ancient map actually required tens of millions of Xian cores. What kind of map is so expensive? Is that person trying to extort us? Li Ye immediately stepped forward and said. Her bright eyes flashed with some suspicion. 10 million Xian pills was not an ordinary price. No matter how precious a map is, it naturally isn't worth 10 million Xian pills. However, this map is different. This map is a mountain river map. According to that person, this map was drawn by the master of the pill realm, the pill god. It was drawn in a map and later refined into a magic weapon. I think brother should have some understanding of magic weapons like the mountain river map. This kind of magic weapon is really not expensive, Bao Sanhua said. Yi Shiwen nodded. He also knew about the mountain river map. It wasn't just referring to one of the magic weapons. It should be said that it was referring to this type of magic weapon. Its power was even more astonishing. In the legends, there was an invincible person who also had a mountain river map. This mountain river map reflected the entire world's mountains, rivers, and rivers into a picture scroll or other objects and refined it into a magic weapon. Its power was amazing because a part of the entire world's power was reflected into the world. How could the power of a person compete with the world? Even if the myth realm could destroy a world, it was also with the help of the world's power. It could not be compared with a small world. Each of the mountain river map could be said to be earth-shattering, but very few people could successfully refine it. Apart from the fact that one had to be the master of a world, get the recognition of the world's heavenly way, and receive great luck, it was possible to refine it successfully. In addition, there were many key points. Many of the refining methods were passed down from ancient times and had long been incomplete. Even now, these kinds of magic treasures were even rarer. If it was the mountain river map, this price is naturally not expensive. However, if it is the mountain river map, it is worth it, even if it is billions of Xian pills. How can it be sold so cheaply? Yi Shiwen looked at Bao Sanhua and said, There was one more thing he didn't say. If someone really obtained the mountain river map, how could they sell it? If it was him, it was absolutely impossible for him to give the mountain river map to others. If this kind of treasure was in that world, it could even compete with the masters at the peak of the myth realm. More than that, it might even be able to compete with the gods. It was not just an ordinary treasure. It was just like the heart of the blood realm to the blood realm. Unfortunately, the blood realm itself was not a complete world. The heart of the blood realm was just a prototype. It was unknown how much time and experience it would take to refine it to the level of the mountain river map. This is natural. If it was a complete mountain river map, it could be sold for billions, hundreds of billions, or even trillions. However, this mountain river map is incomplete. At most, it is at the level of a Xian tool. Bao Sanhua explained with a bitter smile. This is reasonable. Yi Shiwen nodded. The price of the incomplete mountain river map was indeed not high. If it was an ordinary Xian tool, how could it be sold at such a high price? It was already outstanding to be able to sell it for $1 million. Originally, he would not sell such a treasure even if it was incomplete. However, he was seriously injured in the divine Dan realm. Now his injuries are getting worse. He wants to heal, but he doesn't have enough resources. That's why he has no choice but to sell the mountain river map of the divine Dan realm. If Brother Yi doesn't want it, the Primal Chaos Pavilion would also like to buy it. Bao Sanhua said, if it wasn't for that person insisting that he would only sell it to the Primal Chaos Pavilion if no one wanted it, they would not have to go through so much trouble. I want it." Yi Shiwen did not hesitate at all. A magic weapon, like the stately painting, could only be encountered by chance. Most importantly, this trip to the divine Dan realm could be said to be filled with countless dangers. The stately painting itself held the destiny of a world. If he had the stately painting in his hand, he would be able to turn misfortune into fortune in the divine Dan realm and avert disaster in the face of misfortune. Moreover, ordinary people would not be able to do anything with an ancient magic treasure like the mountain river map. They would not even have a clue how to refine it. However, he was different. As long as Yemo woke up, he could ask him about refining the mountain river map. With the power of this world, he would be able to protect himself even if he encountered an abyss devil lord. Bao Sanhua could not help but sigh when he saw that Yi Shiwen wanted it. In the end, this magic treasure was not fated to be with the primal chaos pavilion. Here are 10 million Xian pills. Yi Shiwen was also straightforward. He directly threw out a Xian pill river. No less than 10 million Xian pills flooded towards Bao Sanhua. Bao Sanhua smiled faintly and directly grabbed them with his big hand. He held all of them tightly in his hand and finished counting in just a moment. Since Brother Yi is so straightforward, we won't say any more nonsense. He directly grabbed out from the void and grabbed a worn-out scroll, handing it to Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen looked at it and saw that it was a yellowed ancient scroll. He did not know how many years it had experienced. At a glance, it looked like an ordinary scroll. He could not see the slightest bit of magic. He opened the scroll and found that the entire scroll had the entire appearance of the divine Dan realm. It was vivid and lifelike, as if he had seen it with his own eyes. If not for that, he would almost think that this ancient scroll was a lie. However, that was the only thing that was miraculous. The rest was no different from an ordinary scroll. He probed it with his divine sense, but he didn't feel anything strange at all. In other words, he didn't know what the problem was with the stately painting. He thought to himself, "No wonder the other party is willing to give it to me. I'm afraid he can't do anything about the stately painting." However, he did not think too much about it. After taking the mountain river map, he bought some information about the current situation of the divine Dan realm before leaving in satisfaction. Chapter 2064. Yi Shiwen received the information and arrived at the stately painting. Naturally, he was satisfied and left. Outside, he met young Master Dai again. But at this time, young Master Dai's body was still bleeding. The wounds caused by Yi Shiwen and Li couldn't be healed under the seal. Even his body was suppressed and couldn't move. Inside the primordial chaos building, countless people were coming and going. Countless people were paying attention to this matter. To him, it was simply a humiliation. As the young master of the Great Change God sect, his status in the Great Change God sect was only below those legendary experts. But at this time he was sealed by a spell. It was simply a great humiliation. No one could endure such a humiliation. It was almost more painful than killing him. Unknowingly, many onlookers had gathered around. Even those who didn't come here originally heard that the young master of the Great Change God sect was trapped here. Many people specially came over. This young Master Dai is completely ruined. This stain will be left on him for the rest of his life. The key is still his mentality. I'm afraid it won't be easy. That's right. If he's not careful, it's very likely that he will form inner demons. When that happens, thousands of years of bitter cultivation will turn into nothingness. Sigh, he can be considered arrogant normally. It's a pity that he kicked an iron plate. I'm afraid not only him, but also the Great Change God sect's face. When he saw Yi Shiwen coming out, he couldn't help but roar, wanting to fight with Yi Shiwen. Damn it, I won't let you go. When he saw Yi Shiwen coming out, he couldn't help but roar, wanting to fight with Yi Shiwen. But it was useless. He couldn't break free from Yi Shiwen's seal. There was no other way. The surrounding people looked at Yi Shiwen, suddenly changed, especially those who didn't know that Yi Shiwen was the one who sealed young Master Dai. This was not only because of his tyrannical strength, but also because he didn't care about the Great Change God sect. Provoking them like this was like the seal. In any case, this was not something an ordinary person could do. Yi Shiwen didn't even look at him. He just sneered. They were not on the same level. If he didn't want to touch Leah, he wouldn't even have the thought to deal with him. After stepping into the legend stage, he was already completely different from when he was at the profound death stage. Initially, I only wanted to give you a small punishment and let you kneel obediently for a few days. But now, it seems like you're really stubborn. I'd like to see how capable the Great Change sect is. Let's talk about it after we break the seal. Yi Shiwen's complexion turned cold, and he directly pinched a seal technique, absorbing the Lingqi all over the sky, and once again formed a seal character, which directly suppressed the body of young Master Dai. Originally, there was only one layer of seal, which was nothing, but now it had formed 2 layers of seal, and its might was much stronger than before. Unless he could force his way out, he wouldn't be able to escape. That terrifying pressure made it so that he couldn't even lift his head, and he couldn't even curse. Only then did Yi Shiwen bring Li Ye and Ruashi out of the primordial chaos pavilion and out of the primordial chaos continent. Not long after he left, a few shocking auras descended from the sky. 3 powerful experts descended from the sky. Their faces were cold as ice, as if they wanted to kill everyone in sight. They were an old man, a tall middle-aged man, and a slightly graceful middle-aged man. The 3 sect leaders of the Great Change sect are all here. Some of the more knowledgeable people immediately recognized the identity of the 3 sect leaders. Immediately, everyone was shocked. It wasn't easy for these people to see these myth experts, even though there were many myth experts in the primordial chaos continent. The Great Change God Church was famous for being a very powerful organization in the nearby worlds. They had 3 leaders, all of whom were god myths, and all of whom were legends. Generally, it was very difficult to see a leader on a journey, let alone 3 of them. Everyone could see that young Master Dai was doted on by the Great Change sect. "Father, save me!" When young Master Dai saw that the 3 sect leaders had arrived, he hurriedly called out to the elegant middle-aged man, "Damn it! How dare you treat my son like this?" The graceful middle-aged man immediately glared at young Master Dai. Suddenly, a gust of wind and clouds appeared, and an imposing aura burst out. He was also an extraordinary person. "Third brother, don't be so agitated. Tell me, who did you offend?" The old man was still somewhat rational and asked first. When young Master Dai saw this, there was no reason for him not to complain. He quickly added oil to the fire and told the story. "Humph, you did wrong in this matter. Do you think you can afford to offend a myth expert? Even our Great Change sect tries our best not to provoke these legend-level experts. All these years, you've been relying on the love and adoration of the 3 of us to commit all sorts of crimes. But now you've become like this. You even dare to provoke a legend-level expert? And after the incident, you even dared to speak so rudely. If the person you offended was me, would you still be alive?" The old man said coldly. He was experienced in the ways of the world. How could he not hear the hidden meaning behind young Master Dai's words? Young Master Dai had added oil to the fire and guessed the truth in just a moment. "Big brother, if you put it like this..." The graceful middle-aged man couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. "Humph, it's all because of you. There are so many experts in this world. Even the 3 of us are trembling with fear and don't dare to act recklessly. If we're not careful, we might be annihilated. This little bastard is relying on our prestige to do evil things everywhere. Not only that, he doesn't even have eyes. He doesn't know who he can offend and who he can't offend. That's why he's in such a mess. If we really meet an unreasonable evil cultivator, we'll kill him directly. Let's see if you can tell." The Great Change sect leader glanced at the 3rd sect leader and said coldly. The 3rd sect leader was speechless. It wasn't that he didn't know what was going on. It was just that he was too concerned about his son. However, even though our Great Change sect isn't some immortal inheritance, we're not some small sect that anyone can bully. Even if he's in the wrong, it's not up to others to teach him a lesson. That person did this because he doesn't care about the face of us brothers. All these years, I think our Great Change sect has been too weak. We've let people think that anyone can bully us. There's no need to rush this matter. Since that person has gone to the Divine Dan world, we'll definitely meet him. When we meet him, we'll grind his bones to ashes and let those thieves and rascals know that our Great Change sect isn't one to be submissive and submissive. The Great Change sect leader said coldly. His eyes flashed with a terrifying light, like that of a poisonous snake. Big Brother is right. The most important thing right now is to break the seal. The third sect leader immediately acted. His huge palm turned into a battlefield of soldiers and horses. He slammed down fiercely, causing the entire space to collapse as his palm landed on the seal. Bang! An incomparably loud rumble was heard. This majestic force directly blasted into the seal. This was a case of using brute force to overcome all techniques, using brute force to directly break the seal. An incomparably loud sound was heard. Not only was the seal not broken, on the contrary, all the force actually landed on young Master Dai's body. That was the power of a legendary expert. It seemed as if his body would explode and his soul would scatter. This time, the three sect leaders were stunned. The seal was very strange. It actually swallowed the force and transferred it to young Master Dai's body. Although the force wasn't too strong, it was still possible to break the seal by force. However, before that happened, young Master Dai would die on the spot. Suddenly, they had no other way. It was as if the Great Change sect had grasped their Achilles heel. Second brother, go invite an expert who can break the seal. No matter the price, you must invite him. It just so happens that the Divine Dan world has appeared recently and many experts have gathered here. As long as we can break the seal, no matter the price, we must invite him. Third brother, bring some men and search for him. You must find that damned human and force him to reveal the method to break the seal. After that, I will personally grind his bones to dust. The sect leader of the Great Change sect didn't continue trying. His aura surged crazily. If Yi Shiwen was here, he would be able to tell at a glance that the strength of the Great Change God sect leader was not inferior to that of the ancient ancestor sect leader. He had already stepped into the 5th level of Paong realm. His eyes were frighteningly gloomy and cold. He glanced at the crowd and said in a loud voice, "Everyone, today, the Great Change sect has encountered a thief. I hope that everyone can lend a helping hand. If you can find any information about that human, the Great Change sect will not be stingy with rewards. If anyone can capture him, we will give you anything you want without hesitation." The crowd was in an uproar. They didn't expect that the Great Change sect leader would offer such generous conditions just for that human warrior. Many people's hearts were burning with passion, although that human was extremely strong and was probably at the Legend Realm. They might not be his match. However, if it was just to provide information, they might be able to do it. This time, the Great Change sect was truly enraged. They were afraid that they would have to go to war. I'm afraid it's going to be another reign of terror. The Great Change Divine sect had great influence in the nearby worlds. They could blot out the sky with just one hand. They mobilized all the experts from all over the universe. In addition, many people coveted the bounty offered by the Great Change Divine sect. Countless experts were searching for Yi Shiwen in the entire universe. They hoped to find some traces of him so that they could obtain the bounty offered by the Great Change Divine sect. However, they didn't expect that after Yi Shiwen obtained the stately painting, he didn't stop at all. He went straight into the Divine Dan realm. Therefore, no matter how much they searched in the outside world, they couldn't find any traces of Yi Shiwen. Chapter 2065. The Divine Dan realm was right in front of him. The entire divine Dan realm exuded endless light. Looking from afar, it was like a huge, luminous body, exuding endless charming colors. This was just a protruding part of the divine Dan realm. In it, waves of mighty elixir qi rushed out like a boundless ocean current. Yi Shiwen stood at the gate of the divine Dan realm. The acupoints of his body were opened, and endless elixir qi rushed into his body like a mighty long river. With such a huge amount of elixir qi, if an ordinary person absorbed it, it would be an instant matter to ascend from a mortal to the transcendent realm. Of course, it was impossible for ordinary people to absorb such a huge amount of elixir qi. They would explode in an instant. Beside him, Liya and Ruashi were also constantly absorbing the elixir qi that filled the sky. Yi Shiwen was constantly helping them adjust their qi so that they could desperately devour these elixir qi. After a long time, the elixir wind blowing in the divine Dan realm finally ended. At this time, Yi Shiwen opened his eyes. His gaze was deep like a candle flame. He looked inside and saw the vast world inside. There was an incomparably huge sun hanging in the sky. Yi Shiwen clearly saw that this sun should have been formed by the condensation of countless medicinal pellets. Countless medicinal pellets had been formed, exploded, and transformed into danqi, which was absorbed. It was actually simulating the sun. This wasn't something that an ordinary person could do. He had originally thought that the divine Dan realm would be an incomplete little world like the blood realm, but now it seemed that he had underestimated the legendary Pale God. Other than the law of alchemy, which was incomparably pure, the other laws were also complete, without the slightest lack. It was a bit like the true martial domain, the ancient barons, and other normal worlds, but with a slight mutation. However, what made his eyes lit up was that in this divine Dan realm, all kinds of standard great elixirs were almost everywhere. Even the flowers and trees in this world were born from the endless elixir qi. If one could cultivate in such a world, one's cultivation speed would be unimaginable. It was no wonder that countless powerful existences were formed in these years. With such innate conditions, it would be strange if a connate life form didn't appear. He took out the stately map of the divine Dan realm and compared it to each other. If it was an ordinary map, after millions of years of changes, it would no longer be accurate. However, the stately map was different. It was born from the will of the divine Dan realm and was also the epitome of the will of the divine Dan realm. Whenever there was the slightest change in the divine Dan realm, it would be directly projected into the stately map. This was also the main reason why he was willing to spend tens of millions to buy it. The place where Li Feng was trapped was the divine Dan mountain at the center of the divine Dan realm. It was an incomparably vast mountain range, and was also the core of the divine Dan realm that the Pale God had controlled and ruled over. There were countless traps and dangers inside. There were also many arrays left behind in the past. However, these weren't a problem since he had the mountain river map in his hand. He could avoid them if he could. If he couldn't avoid them, then he would barge in. What really gave him a headache was that after countless years, the divine Dan realm had actually begun to evolve its own life forms. Just the aura that was reflected from the mountain river map alone contained many extremely tyrannical existences. There were even existences at the mythical level. Although there was no inheritance, if this continued, there might be another expert at the Tao confirmation level. It was also possible. However, at this time he had no other choice. Li Feng couldn't possibly wait for him slowly. However, the following actions were basically filled with danger. He directly kept Liya and Ruashi in the Tianyuan mirror. Originally, he would have to separate from Ruashi after leaving the primal chaos continent. However, Ruashi begged Yi Shiwen. If she was discovered by the Great Change sect, the consequences would be simply unimaginable. Yi Shiwen thought about it. This matter was somewhat related to him, so he couldn't just ignore it. After all, he was a profound realm expert. Perhaps he wasn't eye-catching here, but if he was in ancient times, it would be completely different. Yi Shiwen directly broke into the divine Dan realm without any hesitation. With the mountain river map in hand, he had no restrictions at all. Those pill demons would all be discovered by him. It was almost like he had a holographic radar. He didn't have to worry about bumping into them. When he encountered those weak pill demons, they would all be crushed by him. They would directly reveal their original bodies. Then Yi Shiwen would either directly devour them or give them to Li Ya and Ruashi. Since he already had the idea of subduing Ruashi, he naturally wouldn't be stingy in terms of benefits. He was like an emperor, patrolling the world that belonged to him. It was as though his heart and soul were connected. This mountain and river map was the symbol of a world overlord. Although Yi Shiwen was currently far from refining the mountain river map, but in any case he had more scruples than others. He directly entered the divine Dan realm. This divine Dan realm was originally a complete world. Later on, after it was occupied by single Dan, it was transformed into its current appearance, becoming a complete world of alchemy. Yi Shiwen's vision was like a torch, but he couldn't see through this world. This was a magnificent world. He didn't know how many mysterious forbidden areas there were. He also didn't know how many tyrannical existences there were in this world. Many places had been sealed since ancient times. It seemed as if they were suppressing some extraordinary existence. He couldn't help but shudder at the sight of it. He shuttled all the way, heading towards the core of the divine Dan realm. However, he soon discovered that it was very difficult to get close to the core of the divine Dan realm. This divine Dan realm had already awakened countless pill demons, forming a huge country of pill demons. In this country, there were countless experts, and there were even more experts patrolling everywhere. Yi Shiwen even saw several groups of experts in the myth realm. Although they didn't find any traces of him, if this continued, he was afraid that there would be more and more experts in the myth realm. It was impossible for ordinary worlds to have so many experts in the myth realm. Even in the Xian world, it was because there were many experts from other worlds that gathered there. Just a single world could gather so many experts in the myth realm. The foundation of the divine Dan realm was really deep and terrifying. It was almost comparable to those legendary immortal inheritances, which only produced experts who had confirmed the Tao. Even just one expert was not enough. Just like the ancient desolation, it was extremely tyrannical during the golden age of the ancient times. If it wasn't for the several battles with the demon race, it wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Not to mention that in the past, when it was in the demon realm, there were people who were at the emperor level. Extraordinary. In the divine Dan realm, there was an expert like the pill god who was probably not inferior to the lord of dead spirits, and not far from the legendary emperor level. This time, besides rescuing Li Feng, I came here for another very important matter. The 4 disciples of the pill god are all experts who have confirmed the Tao. After they die, they will also turn into peerless divine pills. If I can obtain them and devour them, my cultivation will immediately have an earth-shaking change, and it is even possible for me to reach the peak of the myth realm. Yi Shiwen thought to himself. His goal in coming here was naturally very clear. On the mountain river map, there were 4 forbidden areas, and there was an extremely dangerous aura lingering around. Yi Shiwen could guess that it was probably related to the 4 disciples of the pill god. After settling the matter with Li Feng, he would go and find out what was going on. Many of those who came here were probably here for the legendary pill god, and they might even be here to find the inheritance of the pill god. However, it's not possible to barge in now. In his eyes, there were many powerful pill demons flying in the sky. They were not Yi Shiwen's match alone. But if he killed them, it would quickly attract the attention of the powerful pill demons. By then, it would only be a dream to barge into the divine Dan Mountain in the middle. Thinking of this, an idea suddenly appeared in his mind. He simply changed his aura and slowly transformed into the appearance of a pill demon. His restraining breath technique had already reached an extremely high level, and changing his appearance was not a problem. Coupled with the cover of the mountain river map, the probability of being recognized was too small. After transforming into the aura of a pill demon, Yi Shiwen directly charged into the crowd of pill demons. He was not afraid at all, and was no different from an ordinary pill demon. A group of pill demons directly flew over from afar. Every one of them had a joyous look on their faces, as if they had gained a lot. Ha ha ha, I've really gained quite a lot this time. Among those invaders, I alone killed 10 peerless experts at the peak of the profound death stage. I plundered their wealth and converted all of their essence into cultivation. When the time comes, I'll naturally step into the legend stage and become a big shot. You're considered powerful, but I'm not that powerful. I only killed 3 late profound death realm experts, and didn't even have a peak profound death realm expert. How can it be so easy to plunder their wealth and step into the legend realm? A pill demon sighed and said, while the cultivators outside viewed them as great fortuitous encounters and riches, these pill demons did not want to be outdone and treated the outsiders as mobile ATMs. Ha ha ha, these invaders from the outside actually treat us as prey. How laughable. If our divine Dan realm doesn't have anything, we would have long since become an independent kingdom. This time, we specially came out to lure them in. This time, many people who are stuck at a bottleneck in their cultivation can break through in one go and rush to a higher realm by fighting with the invaders from the outside. Yi Shiwen was shocked when he heard this. The appearance of the divine Dan realm, this time, was actually a premeditated action by the divine Dan realm. Chapter 2066. It was no wonder that the divine Dan realm did not have the slightest intention of coming into being, even though it had already evolved for countless years. This was the legacy of the pill god. Coupled with the nourishment of countless pill chi, it could get any treasures it wanted. It was basically self-sufficient. As long as it cultivated properly, it could become incomparably powerful. Isn't that so? These people don't know anything at all. They thought that they could take advantage of us. What a joke. How many legends do we have in the divine Dan realm? They are fine even when facing the combined attacks of many worlds. They want to attack our divine Dan realm? What a joke, said a pill demon disdainfully. These pill demons were existences that had already stepped into the peak of the profound death realm. Any one of them possessed unimaginable power. They belonged to the old monsters that were born from the pill chi of the divine Dan realm. They were naturally much stronger than others. How can these people from the outside know so much? They are just wild, Fox Diana. There is no systematic inheritance at all. Our cultivation methods were personally taught by the alchemy master. The alchemy master was one of the disciples of the alchemy god. The alchemy god was the eldest disciple of the invincible alchemy emperor. How can these wild Fox Diana, who have not even seen the Tao, be compared to it? These pill demons were extremely proud when they talked about their inheritance. They were no different from the disciples of the great sects in the outside world who possessed supreme inheritance. Yi Shiwen heard the name Alchemy Master. It wasn't that he didn't know anything. Leah had mentioned that a person called Alchemy Master had used a formation to harm her father. Even Li Feng couldn't do anything to him. He was also an extremely powerful figure. Yi Shiwen had thought that he was a great figure that was born from the will of the divine Dan realm. He did not expect that he was related to the pill god during the golden age of the divine Dan realm. This was completely different from what he had expected. However, being born from pill chi and possessing a complete inheritance were two completely different things. Just as these pill demons had said, there was no way that wild Fox Diana could be compared to the disciples of the great sections. The disciples of the great sects in the same realm had invincible cultivation techniques, countless magic treasures, and powerful strength. They were not people that those loose cultivators could be compared to. This matter was probably much trickier than he had imagined. Fortunately, he had heard all this. Otherwise, if he had plunged headfirst into it, it would have been the real problem. However, it's a pity that even the Pill Lord isn't an invincible existence. There are still some terrifying existences outside, and they're also the enemies of the divine Dan realm in the past. As time passes, they will also receive the news and rush over. With our current situation, it's impossible for us to stop them. We can only act casually for a few years. After a few years, we will have to hide in the endless void again. AI. Now that I think about it, I've been practicing cultivation for countless years, and yet I've never left the sect. That said, we were born with core energy, which is like a priceless treasure to the martial artists in the outside world. Anyone who isn't a god myth would be killed if they found out. That's why the Pill Lord wouldn't allow us to casually go out. Alchemy Master is doing this for our own good. Not being able to get out is much better than dying in there. These pill demons were very interested in the outside world. Suddenly, one of the pill demons revealed a cautious expression as he quietly said, "Have you heard? I heard that the Pill Lord's lifespan is coming to an end." Previously, he had used various methods that belonged to the deities to prolong his life to this day. However, now that his lifespan is about to end, there is no medicine that can save him. That's why the divine Dan realm came into being and lured the martial artists from the outside in. It is said that he wants to lead them to the divine tomb where the 4 masters were buried and use their blood to open the tomb. If he can obtain one of the 4 masters, I'm afraid that the Pill Lord will immediately be able to see through life and death and directly step into the realm of Tao, confirming, becoming immortal. At that time, with a deity-level master overseeing things, our divine Dan realm will also be able to sweep through the world. How can this kind of thing be discussed so casually? That's something only god myth experts can participate in. Who do we think we are? No matter what, we have to take advantage of this opportunity to slaughter some foreign cultivators and break through to the god myth level. When the time comes, we'll be able to leave the divine Dan world and live as we please. A pill demon said carefully. Yi Shiwen was secretly surprised when he heard this. The appetite of the divine Dan world was much bigger than he had imagined. They wanted to obtain the corpses of the 4 divine dawn that had proved their Tao in the past. One must know that the gods transcended the world. The place where they died, even if it was a remote and desolate place, would naturally become the most dangerous place in the world. Even the descendants of the divine Dan world couldn't open their tombs. This was the protection of the world for such great people. And this Pill Lord wanted to use the power of outsiders to break into this place. It was simply a whimsical idea. However, this idea gave him an opportunity. He also wanted to obtain the corpses of the divine dawn. After devouring them, his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. However, it was a whimsical idea to break into a divine tomb by relying on his own strength. He could feel the 4 huge ferocious auras coming from the mountain river map. He was afraid that it was emitted from the divine tomb. The divine tombs in the divine Dan world weren't as exaggerated as the tombs in the true martial domain. However, it was still very difficult to break into them. If he could make good use of this matter, he would have a chance to fish in troubled waters and obtain the divine dawn. As far as he knew, there were probably many experts in the myth realm here. It was easy to imagine how difficult it would be to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. However, he had the mountain river map. This was his greatest advantage. He thought about it and decided to find a way to refine the mountain river map. Only then would he have an advantage in the operation to obtain the divine dawn. Although it was not easy, he had no other choice. Moreover, if he could refine the mountain river map, it was equivalent to holding a key to the divine Dan world. He would have a much greater chance of rescuing Li Feng. Ha ha ha, everyone, farewell. Wait for me to refine the harvest this time. Then we will attack together. I believe it won't take long. At this time, a pill demon said with his hands clasped together, "Kill them all and cause a complete mess. Farewell, everyone. Farewell, farewell." Who is it? Suddenly, one of the leading pill demons let out a loud roar. He looked around vigilantly and saw a green-robed man appear in front of them. "Who are you? Why did you eavesdrop on our conversation? The leader of the pill demons berated loudly. His eyes were filled with suspicion. Although he could sense that this figure was also a pill demon, pill demons belonged to different factions. His powerful strength, which belonged to the peak of the profound death realm, suddenly spread out and was released majestically. "I'm the one who will kill you," Yi Shiwen said indifferently. Given his cultivation, if he did not expose himself, how could he be discovered by these people? The pill demons immediately came to their senses. Although they did not know why this pill demon wanted to attack them, the pill demons did not have a harmonious relationship with each other. They often killed each other and fought for resources. This was very normal. They reacted almost instantly and attacked. The leader of the pill demons reacted the fastest. He opened his mouth, and a sword flew out. It formed a mighty long river of swordsmanship and slashed towards Yi Shiwen's head. "How dare you show yourself, you little rascal!" However, just as he finished speaking, he saw Yi Shiwen's palm directly slapping out. There was not the slightest bit of magic. It was just a simple slap. Then the entire world seemed to have come to a standstill and solidified. This brilliant sword principal river was directly captured by Yi Shiwen's hand. Just like a giant hand that could overturn the sky, this sword principal river was crushed. Boom! The sword principal river was directly crushed. The pill demon finally came to his senses. Only a legendary expert could destroy his power so easily. There is a legendary master. He suddenly screamed, but he didn't have enough time to say anything. A big hand penetrated the void and instantly grabbed his neck. Then it directly crushed his neck and transformed into a pill that was exuding brilliant rays of light. Then Yi Shiwen threw it into Tianyuan Mirror. Killing an expert at the peak of the profound death stage was as easy as blowing off dust. This kind of strength completely stunned the pill demons. That was a legendary expert. How could they be a match for him? Immediately, they let out strange cries and fled in all directions. However, how could Yi Shiwen allow them to escape and attract more experts? He leisurely walked in the void. With a wave of his hand, the fleeing profound death realm pill demons could not escape at all. One by one, they were all caught by him. They screamed miserably as they were crushed on the spot. Then they turned back into their original forms and were directly thrown into the Tianyuan Mirror, into the hands of Liya and Ruashi. Liya was used to seeing Yi Shiwen's tyrannical strength. However, it was the first time for Ruashi to see the scene of a legendary expert slaughtering a profound death realm expert. This was simply a legend. In the past, she had always heard that those below the legendary level were ants. They were completely no match for a legendary expert. She was not very clear about it. Now, she finally saw it for herself. These were all profound death realm experts. Many of them were at the peak of the profound death realm. They were all famous existences in the outside world. However, Yi Shiwen casually slaughtered them. She was about to faint. However, what made her even more excited was that Yi Shiwen actually casually distributed these pills to her and Liya. She did not expect that even she would get a share. Ever since her master passed away, no one had treated her so well. Thinking of this, her eyes could not help but turn red. Chapter 2067. The world of cultivation was full of deceit and deception. She had long gotten used to it. It was easy to imagine how difficult it was for her to fight her way up to this point. Although the world of cultivation did not discriminate between men and women, and only the strong were respected, she was still not considered to be at the top in this world. She still had to struggle at the bottom. Moreover, she had witnessed Yi Shiwen's formidable strength. So, she thought that following such a person would certainly be much better than struggling alone. Thinking of this, she made a decision in her heart. Yi Shiwen, who was outside, did not know the struggle in Ruashi's heart. To him, it did not matter at all. With his strength, he could easily recruit any profound death realm experts. After killing all the elixir demons, Yishuin did not stay for long and left on the spot. Indeed, not long after, the battle here attracted the prying of powerful divine senses. This time he had disguised himself as an elixir demon and barged in. Just the information alone was priceless. If he was careless and fell into a trap, it would be terrible. Through the stately painting, he could feel that the formation on the divine Dan Mountain was still in operation. From time to time, there would be a burst of powerful aura. This meant that Li Feng was still fine for the time being. Otherwise, the formation that was refining Li Feng would have already stopped. He could also relax a little and did not need to rush over. He could take advantage of this opportunity to plunder these elixir demons and refine the stately painting. After refining the stately painting, the rest would be much simpler. He headed towards the depths of the divine Dan realm. He saw that in addition to the elixir demons, there were also many elixir beasts that were catalyzed by the elixir chi. These elixir beasts formed groups and formed huge tribes that were spread across the divine Dan realm. These powerful elixir beasts were not inferior to the elixir demons. In fact, there was no lack of legendary existences among them. Each and every one of them was frighteningly powerful. In the divine Dan realm, even he had to be careful. Suddenly, the entire ground suddenly burst open. Then, a yellow snake soared through the clouds like a divine dragon. It opened its mouth and spat out endless elixir chi, directly pouncing towards Yishuin. The divinities under Yishuin's feet suddenly surged out endless divinities and submerged the khaki snake in an instant. This khaki snake was instantly strangled to death and transformed into monstrous Dan energy. Then it was directly absorbed into the heavenly source mirror and allowed it to continue its transformation. Although this snake was not too powerful, it still had the strength of the profound death realm. In the outside world, it was a monstrous existence that could cause a bloodbath. However, what he didn't expect was that this big snake wasn't the only one. On the contrary, the entire ground suddenly cracked open, and countless big snakes jumped out from it. Then, they spat out terrifying rays of light and pounced towards Yishuin. Obviously, Yishuin had broken into the Pill Beast tribe. It was unknown how many of these snakes there were. There were thousands of them, and there was no lack of existences at the peak of the profound death realm. Yishuin snorted coldly and directly pinched a seal. In his body, a phoenix's cry sounded, and then an incomparably huge fire phoenix flew out of it. In an instant, the entire world turned into a sea of fire. These thousands of snakes all turned into clusters of elixir chi on the spot. They were refined and injected into the Tianyuan mirror. Most of them were absorbed by the Tianyuan mirror, and some of them were divided into two. One entered Liya's body, and the other entered Ruashi's body. This level of elixir chi was useless to Yishuin. It was better than nothing. However, for Liya and Ruashi it was different, especially for Ruashi. Under the impact of this majestic elixir chi, her cultivation, which had not improved for many years, directly entered the profound death realm intermediate stage. Moreover, it was rushing towards the peak of the profound death realm intermediate stage at an astonishing speed. A look of surprise and joy appeared on her face. She did not expect that she would be able to make a breakthrough so easily. She secretly thought that she did not follow the wrong person. If it was someone else, they would not be so generous. Although Liya did not make a breakthrough, the energy of the foreign race's legendary experts' blood essence was dormant in her body. There was no movement now, but once she made a breakthrough, her cultivation would undergo a tremendous change in the future. Even the heavenly source mirror was undergoing a visible change. Its space was constantly expanding. It had been a very long time since the heavenly source mirror had taken another step forward. At that very moment, Yimo was still fighting over the control of the Lord of Darkness' fleshly body. Thus, a great deal of the heavenly source mirror's power had been sucked away. Although it did not degrade, it was still far from becoming a pseudo-divine artifact. The Nanming mythical fire was infinitely powerful. Yi Shiwen had just used it, and these thousands of snakes were instantly refined. They did not even have the chance to scream. Now that he was deep in the divine Dan realm, he did not dare to go all out and fight. He did not want to attract the covetous eyes of the powerful pill demons in the divine Dan realm. If he was targeted by these greedy and powerful pill demons, all his plans would be for naught. Suddenly, an incomparably loud roar resounded while Yi Shiwen was pondering. The ground suddenly burst open, and a behemoth that was 10 times bigger than those big snakes suddenly jumped out of the ground. It took advantage of the time when Yi Shiwen was refining those big snakes and suddenly launched an attack. Obviously, this beast had been waiting for a long time. It wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to swallow Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen was taken aback. Yi Shiwen was taken aback. This big snake was obviously different from the other big snakes. It actually had a faint trace of dragon chi. A horn had grown out of its head and 4 limbs had grown out of its abdomen. It was almost like a flood dragon. Its strength was 100 times more tyrannical than those big snakes. It had already stepped into the legendary realm. Yi Shiwen was taken aback when he saw this snake. Moreover, it was not an ordinary myth realm expert. It was probably a veteran who had entered the myth realm for a long time. This big snake, no, it should be called flood dragon. Its speed was extremely fast. In an instant, it had already arrived in front of Yi Shiwen. The dragon claw directly clawed down on the spot. It directly transformed into countless afterimages. Its speed was extremely fast, and its power was also extremely terrifying. Very fast, but unfortunately, it is still a little bit lacking. If you want to go against me, you still have a long way to go, Yi Shiwen faintly said, facing a myth realm expert. He did not dare to be careless. The devil wings behind his back instantly spread out, and his figure directly teleported on the spot. It was as if he had teleported and directly dodged the attack. However, this flood dragon's attack followed like a shadow. Almost in an instant, another incomparably huge dragon tail swung down. It was like a small mountain range had been swung down, even tearing a huge crack in the sky. Clang! This dragon's tail smashed down with the weight of thousands of kilograms, but it was instantly caught by Yi Shiwen's hand. This flood dragon wanted to break free, but after trying a few times, it was simply useless. It couldn't break free from Yi Shiwen's hand. Roar! This dragon suddenly roared. Its whole body seemed to have transformed into a peerless Daotul. It opened its mouth and directly spouted a ray of cold light towards Yi Shiwen's face. Still a long way to go. Yi Shiwen was not afraid at all. In the face of this cold light, the devil wings behind his back instantly protected him, forming an incomparably huge ball. Clang! 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 There was a burst of sound of metal colliding. However, Yi Shiwen also let go of the dragon's tail. Just when the dragon thought that its plan was successful, suddenly in the void, Yi Shiwen unexpectedly stepped on the void and directly landed on its back. I said, "You are still far from being able to go." Yi Shiwen shouted loudly. He directly clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. Endless golden power of divinity surged in his fist and directly hit the body of the dragon. Bang! There was an incomparably huge roar. Yi Shiwen's fist carried endless divinity and directly smashed a huge bloody hole on the body of the dragon. This dragon felt the pain and constantly roared, trying to break free from Yi Shiwen's grasp. However, how could Yi Shiwen let it escape? He directly blasted down with another punch. Bang! There was another huge roar. Its bloody hole was directly smashed by Yi Shiwen again, and then directly blasted through. This dragon screamed on the spot and fiercely slammed into the ground, blasting out a huge hole. All of its power was suppressed by Yi Shiwen. It simply could not exert the earth-shattering destructive power that originally belonged to a legendary expert. Yi Shiwen was afraid of attracting the attention of the powerful demon pellet. How could he dare to be presumptuous? Bang! 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 Yi Shiwen continued to smash down, and every time this flood dragon tried to get up, he would smash it down again. It didn't take long before this flood dragon was finally killed by Yi Shiwen. It directly turned into a flood dragon pill and wanted to fly away by relying on its remaining spirituality. How could Yi Shiwen let it escape? He directly opened his mouth and inhaled. It directly turned into Dan Qi and entered Yi Shiwen's body. This flood dragon pellet integrated into Yi Shiwen's body. Suddenly, Yi Shiwen only felt that there was no movement in his body. There was no way he could directly refine the blood essence of a legendary expert. Unexpectedly, it began to slowly refine. Moreover, a large portion of the blood essence was refined, directly allowing Yi Shiwen's cultivation to advance. Suddenly, Yi Shiwen's eyes suddenly lit up. He originally thought that this blood essence would take a lot of time to refine, but now he could use these pellets to forcibly refine it, saving him many years of bitter cultivation. If he killed a few more legendary pellets, he was afraid that he could directly enter the second sky of Paong Realm. Thinking of this, he suddenly had an idea and directly rushed towards the depths of the Divine Dan world. Chapter 2068. A crack had been opened in the Divine Dan realm, and experts were constantly rushing in. They were all top-notch experts, with the weakest being at the peak of the profound death realm. Any one of them was an overlord. Divine Dan realm. A person slowly opened his mouth. If Yi Shiwen could see him, he would probably recognize him on the spot. This person was none other than Bao Sanhua from the Primordial Chaos Pavilion. His plump figure no longer looked the slightest bit funny under his serious expression. Beside him stood 3 other powerful experts who were also emitting a terrifying aura. They were an old man, a sturdy man, and a gorgeous woman. They all had humanoid appearances, but they were all different from each other. The old man had a huge tail that was covered in green scales. It was unknown what race he belonged to. The sturdy man's body was yellow, as if he was made of mud. The gorgeous woman looked no different from a human. Bao Sanhua was holding a compass in his hand. The needle on the compass was constantly rotating, as if it was pointing in a certain direction. The holographic image of the stately painting was projected above it. I found Yi Shiwen. A smile appeared on Bao Sanhua's face. Sure enough, he had easily found the direction. Divine Dan Realm, we finally arrived at the Divine Dan Realm. The gorgeous woman revealed a yearning expression. The pill chi here is so abundant that it's unimaginable. No wonder such a prosperous world could be developed here, and so many powerful pill demons were born. Sooner or later, we will occupy the Divine Dan Realm and make it the foundation of our primordial Chaos Pavilion. When that time comes, we will be able to attack and defend even when facing the attacks of many worlds at the same time. The sturdy man said in a low, muffled voice, "When that time comes, we will think of a way to get the Divine Dan Realm. The 4 of us will be able to divide the 4 Divine Dan Realm among ourselves. At that time, it won't be in vain for us to flee here like stray dogs and live in fear every day. But the secret plan that we set up shouldn't have been discovered by Yi Shiwen, right?" The old man said with a frown. As he spoke, he waved the huge tail behind him. Faintly, cracks appeared in the void. The power that belonged to a legend was undoubtedly manifested. If we are discovered, the powerful, stately painting that we spent so much effort to obtain from the Divine Dan Realm will be a gift to someone else. No, I personally set it up. I don't believe that anyone can compete with me in terms of formations. Bao Sanhua said calmly. His words were filled with strong confidence. It doesn't matter if we are discovered. Just kill him and choose a new bait. He only spent 10 million to take away the stately painting. I'm afraid that this is just a conspiracy. Let him be happy for now. At this time, those powerful pill demons should have already heard the news and made their move. I have already left a secret plan on the stately painting. He thinks that he has hidden it well, but in fact, he has already been discovered. Bao Sanhua said confidently, now that the pale lord of the divine Dan realm is old and about to pass away, he is old and muddle-headed. He actually wants to use the power of foreign warriors to open the divine tomb and seize the divine Dan realm. After swallowing it, not only will he be able to prolong his life, but his cultivation will also advance further, and he will directly prove his Tao. However, isn't he a little too optimistic? How can things go as he wishes? Even those other pill demons may not be willing to surrender. They all have their own ideas. They all want to become the next pill lord of the divine Dan realm after the pill lord passes away. The stately painting is the key to this. Coupled with the participation of other forces, the entire divine Dan realm is about to become turbulent. However, as long as we have the stately painting, everything will be under our control. That human called Yi Shiwen is just a clown. We don't need to pay attention to him. At this time, Yi Shiwen, who was unaware that he had already fallen into the trap of others, broke into the depths of the divine Dan realm. Yi Shiwen, be careful. Someone is calculating you from a distance. Suddenly, Yi Mo's voice resounded in his mind. I'm afraid that a great master is calculating you. He actually tracked you from a distance and directly alarmed the Tianyuan mirror. It also woke me up. Yi Shiwen was about to speak, but Yi Mo continued, I don't have much time now. The fight for the physical body of the Lord of Darkness has entered a white-hot stage. You have to be careful. Someone is plotting against you. Although I don't know how he tracked you here, he should be tracking you through something on you. You have to be careful. Yi Shiwen was about to speak, but Yi Mo continued, I don't have much time now. After saying this, Yi Mo's voice had already become silent. Yi Mo's words suddenly surprised Yi Shiwen. He didn't expect that he had already been targeted by someone. He didn't even notice it. If it wasn't for the sensitivity of the Tianyuan mirror that alarmed Yi Mo, he was afraid that he really wouldn't have noticed it. He carefully thought for a moment. He had already used the restraining breath technique to completely transform his aura into a pill. Even the peak of the myth realm wouldn't be able to calculate his whereabouts. In addition, he had the protection of the Tianyuan mirror. Although the Tianyuan mirror was far from recovering to its peak, it was more than enough to protect his aura. How could he be discovered? Unless there was a restriction on something on his body. A flash of lightning immediately flashed in his mind. He finally understood where he had made a mistake. The stately painting. Only the stately painting could have a mistake and be calculated by someone. It seemed that he had obviously underestimated the enemy. He actually didn't think that this was also a conspiracy. His heart turned cold. This time, the appearance of the divine Dan realm itself was full of mysteries. How many forces had been plotting this matter? No one knew at all. These were not ordinary people. Each of the myth realm experts was astute. They were cunning old foxes. How could it be so easy to gain benefits from them? The stately painting was obviously a bait. Thinking of this, the stately painting was not a good treasure. On the contrary, it had become a hot potato that could burn one's hand at any time. He narrowed his eyes. A burst of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Who was it that schemed against him? Bao Sanhua? This was very possible. Thinking of this, he immediately decided to go out and investigate this primordial chaos pavilion. He didn't want to be schemed against without knowing it. However, before he could really put his plan into action, he suddenly found that the many powerful myth pellet demons on the stately painting began to move for some unknown reason. The direction they were moving in was actually Yi Shiwen's direction. Their speed was extremely fast, and they were rushing towards him. His face was shocked. Sure enough, there was a problem. At this time, he didn't dare to be careless. He quickly put the stately painting into Tianyuan mirror. Sure enough, those myth realm experts who rushed towards him immediately stopped. Finally, he completely understood. As he expected, there was a problem with the stately painting. It was actually discovered by someone. Since there was a hidden danger, he had to solve it. He would never let the problem continue like this. However, the most important thing now was to use these pellet demons to push his cultivation to the second level of Pong realm. Although the stately painting had entered Tianyuan mirror, he could still check it. He began to search for the nearby myth realm pellet demons. His figure directly disappeared from the place. Not long after he left, Bao Sanhua and the others appeared in the place where he was just now. They directly tore the void and teleported over. Bao Sanhua's face turned ugly. He said, "Damn, how can the information suddenly be blocked? What means does this Yi Shiwen have to actually be able to block the stately painting in the divine Dan realm? This is simply impossible." Not only Bao Sanhua, but the others were also completely shocked. The stately painting was refined by the will and luck of the divine Dan realm. It was inextricably linked to the divine Dan realm. It was fine if it was in other worlds, but in the divine Dan realm, how could it be blocked? It was equivalent to someone blocking the will of the divine Dan realm. It was simply incredible. Does he have a divine tool? The gorgeous woman immediately thought. This was the only possibility that could lead to such a situation. No matter what the situation is, he must be found. This kid also took our stately painting. Damn, according to this situation, he might have already found out. I originally wanted to use him to attract those powerful pellet demons. No matter what, we can't let him go. Release the news and spread the news that he has the stately painting. We must not let him refine the stately painting so freely. Bao Sanhua's face was ugly and livid. He had never thought that there would be such a loophole. How could Yi Shiwen have such a method? Damned human, my things aren't that easy to swallow. For a time in the divine Dan realm where countless experts gathered, the news about the stately painting of the divine Dan realm spread like wildfire. The affirmation of many myth realm experts played a great role in adding fuel to the fire. The news about a human called Yi Shiwen obtaining the stately painting was even more clamorous. Many myth realm experts began to pay attention to this matter. Everyone knew that the stately painting was born with the will of the entire world. If they could obtain the stately painting, they would be able to take the lead in every aspect in the divine Dan realm. At this time, Yi Shiwen was also making the final preparations to break into the second heaven of Pong realm. In front of him, an incomparably huge pellet demon, as tall as a mountain, roared and wanted to swallow him in one bite. Chapter 2069. Compared to the previous flood dragon pill beast, this ferocious beast was even more terrifying. It flew in the sky and spread its wings. It was like a cloud that covered the sky and blocked the sun in the sky. A monstrous, ferocious energy swept over from afar. However, although this beast was terrifying, Yi Shiwen was not afraid at all. A myth Dan beast was terrifying, but it was not impossible. He opened his mouth and sucked in all the surrounding Dan Qi into his body. Then it flowed into his arm. He clenched his fist and suddenly blasted out a huge universe towards this terrible flying beast. Bang! Yi Shiwen's fist pressure fiercely bombarded the front of this flying vicious bird, but it was blocked by the wall of Dan Qi in front of it. This flying ferocious bird was completely enraged by Yi Shiwen. It was incomparably ferocious, and its whole body's Dan Qi began to rotate, forming a huge vortex. Only the air could be felt flowing, and suddenly it turned into a monstrous tide, directly crushing towards Yi Shiwen. In the entire space, all the laws were manifested, and the brightness was astonishing. Suppress it for me. The energy in Yi Shiwen's body was extremely majestic. The blood essence of the myth experts was still circulating in his body. Although he could not absorb all of it, it was more than enough to convert it into spiritual elemental energy. Whoosh! The yin-yang diagram of life and death and the five-element Qian Yuan diagram flew out almost instantly, suppressing all directions, especially the five-element Qian Yuan diagram, which instantly turned into 5 great emperors, completely suppressing the ferocious bird. Not even the slightest fluctuation could be transmitted out. Then the yin and yang qi in the yin-yang life and death diagram turned into one black and one white. Two Taoists in Taoist robes appeared. Their auras were shocking and did not lose to the 5 great emperors. In fact, they were slightly stronger than the 5 great emperors. The 5 elements grand formation instantly rotated. Under Yi Shiwen's support, it erupted with amazing power. All of a sudden it rippled out. The yin and yang Taoists also made their moves in an instant, heading towards the flying beast. Yi Shiwen didn't hold back at all. He immediately used the 2 most powerful divine tools in his hands. He wanted to suppress this vicious bird in one fell swoop and not give it a chance to turn the situation around. The power of the 5 elements began to strangle this flying, ferocious bird. The strength of this flying, ferocious bird was not bad. It had already stepped into the peak of the 3rd level of Paong realm. This was the strongest ferocious beast that Yi Shiwen could deal with at present. With the help of the yin-yang life and death diagram and the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram, he had the opportunity to end this battle quickly. The moment the yin-yang diagram of life and death and the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram flew out, his body entered the 5 emperors' augmentation state. It was as if a noble and powerful king had descended to the mortal world. At the same time, the fist incarnation also integrated into his body. His combat power soared to the point where he could compete with the flying beast. Whoosh! He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the flying, ferocious bird. The huge, ferocious bird could not break free from the narrow range of the 5 elements formation. Its speed advantage was also gone because there was not enough space for it to move. It could not escape from Yi Shiwen's control at all. Boom! Yi Shiwen's fist directly bombarded the body of this flying, vicious bird. This flying, vicious bird was directly blasted away and fiercely crashed into the 5 elements great formation. The figures of the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram that had transformed into the 5 elements great emperors dimmed faintly. One could well imagine how powerful this force was. Although this flying, ferocious bird was terrifying in terms of strength, how could Yi Shiwen, a ferocious beast in human skin, be compared to it? Moreover, its strongest speed was restricted by the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram. It could not be used at all. Moreover, Yi Shiwen's speed was faster than it. Bang! 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 This flying, ferocious bird screamed endlessly, but there was no way it could use its advantage at all. Just like the flood dragon, it was bullied by Yi Shiwen from beginning to end. Yi Shiwen's strength was surprisingly great, and he didn't leave any leeway at all. In a short while, he killed the flying bird of the mythical level directly. In terms of martial arts inheritance, he naturally couldn't be compared with Yi Shiwen. It directly turned into a medicinal pill and was swallowed by Yi Shiwen. After this medicinal pill was swallowed by him, it directly turned into a majestic energy and directly rushed into his limbs and bones. Even the blood essence of the legendary masters in his body began to boil under the drive of this energy. After killing 2 legendary Dan beasts in succession and directly devouring their territory, he was finally on the verge of a breakthrough. He quickly found a valley and laid down a formation array. Then he began to mobilize the blood essence of the legendary experts in his body. Although each of the legendary experts only had a small amount of blood essence, but it was still incomparably huge, especially the 2 legendary experts of Paong's 7th layer, whose blood essence was the most precious. In his body, this blood essence actually turned into a powerful master, trying to break through the shackles of his body. However, they were completely suppressed by him, directly suppressed, and began to refine their blood essence. The surrounding Dan Qi was sucked in. It was like an overturning sea as it poured into his body. At the same time, countless acupoints in his body opened up and endless spiritual ether gushed out, forming a cocoon around him. It was a very spectacular sight to behold. Fortunately, There were 5 great emperors formed by the 5 elements formation to suppress all the fluctuations. Otherwise, with such a big movement, it was afraid that it would have attracted some tyrannical existences. And at this time, in the entire divine Dan realm, the matter about the mountain river map also became more and more mysterious. With Bao Sanhua and the others adding fuel to the fire, many people also paid attention to Yishuin's place. Soon after, the Great Change Divine Cult also joined the search for Yishuin. They had already looked for an expert to break the seal, but they had no way to break the seal unless they used brute force to break it. But in that case, young Master Dai, who was sealed inside the seal, would be completely killed. That was not what they wanted. The only way was to find Yishuin and force him to break the seal. For a moment, the entire divine Dan realm was stirred up, and even the matter of the divine tomb was not so conspicuous. The appearance of the divine Dan world had caused experts from various places to gather, although it had only been a short time since the appearance of the divine Dan world. Many experts had yet to receive the news. However, just the number of experts that had gathered here was already considerably terrifying. There were already many legend-level experts amongst them. As for profound death stage experts, there were countless of them. However, no matter how many people searched, and even many people with extraordinary means simply came up with a sacrificial ceremony, hoping to find Yi Shiwen through the connection between the divine Dan realm and the mountain river map. However, it was useless, because no matter what they did, Yi Shiwen seemed to have disappeared. The connection between the mountain river map and the heaven and earth seemed to have been instantly severed. At least, they could not find Yi Shiwen through this method. Slowly, everyone lost interest, or in other words, there was another matter that attracted their attention. That was, the divine tomb that they had been coveting for a long time had finally opened. The person buried in the divine tomb was not an ordinary god, but a god who had become a god after using elixirs. His original body was a divine elixir. If one could devour it, it would be like reaching the heavens in a single step, and his strength would skyrocket to an astonishing level. Even if he could not prove his Tao, compared to now, there would definitely be a huge difference. The god's tomb finally appeared in front of everyone. The power of heaven and earth that originally enveloped the god's tomb also seemed to be slowly dissipating under the operation of some kind of power. It was said that the legendary alchemy master had made a move. In order to prolong his lifespan, in order to prove his Tao, the pill master had done his best. As soon as this news came out, it immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Even if the original intention was not to come to the divine tomb, at this time they could not resist the temptation of directly proving their Tao. The road to proving their Tao was extremely difficult. If there were no shortcuts, ordinary people would not have a chance at all. For a time, except for some people with ulterior motives, Yi Shiwen's matter was also forgotten. And under such circumstances, Yi Shiwen's breakthrough had also entered the most critical period. Previously, he had borrowed the flesh of the ancient ancestor religious leader and experienced the realm and laws that could only belong to the peak of the myth realm. For the understanding of the myth realm, it could already be said to be extraordinary, far beyond the same realm. As long as there was a huge amount of energy, it seemed that pushing to the second heaven of Paoang realm would be a piece of cake. But what he lacked now was not skill. On the contrary, his real worry came from the huge amount of blood essence of these myth realm experts. If he did not control it well, it might cause his whole body to explode. He must be careful at all times. Time passed minute by minute. In his body, the 5-colored divine light flashed directly, illuminating half the sky. The Mingxin ancient tree directly burst with amazing light. He constantly operated the observing person scripture. His body directly turned into a universe, and he who sat in the center of the universe was like the only true God in the universe. Countless stars revolved around him, and an endless amount of energy swallowed and spat out of his body. Boom! In his body, waves of energy were scouring. Finally, the realm that had been stagnant for a long time directly broke directly into the second heaven of Paong realm. His whole person was like a god, growing a lot taller, becoming more majestic. Chapter 2070. After breaking through to the second heaven of the Paong realm, the blood essence of the experts in the legend realm that had been constantly being refined in his body did not stop. On the contrary, it was being refined at an even more astonishing speed. After stepping into the second heaven of the Paong realm, his strength was incomparable to before. Naturally, the speed of refining was also a level higher. It was almost a completely different matter. As he continued to refine the blood essence, his strength also increased at an astonishing speed. Another 3 days passed, and he finally stopped breaking through. The remaining blood essence that was ready to break through was also completely suppressed by him. He finally directly soared from the second heaven of the Paong realm to the peak of the second heaven of the Paong realm. It was not the same as before. After breaking through to the second heaven of the Paong realm, his strength was further improved. Even an expert at the fourth heaven of the Paong realm could be defeated. This also meant that his strength had truly entered the middle stage of the Paong realm. It was only a few years' time. This kind of progress was much faster than he originally expected. However, as he met more and more experts, not only did he not relax at all, on the contrary, he felt even more pressured. Those incomparably powerful opponents who were about to prove their Tao were like mountains, pressing down on him and making him breathless. It was not enough. He had to go further. He knew that relying on ordinary cultivation was too slow. This time, the divine elixir in the tomb of the god of sin was the best opportunity. During this period of time, although he was in seclusion, he was not completely ignorant of the outside world. It was just that he was temporarily unable to take action. However, he was not in a hurry to go to the tomb of the god of sin. He was very clear that many people were secretly watching him. As long as he showed himself, he was afraid that he would soon be targeted. Compared to those experts in the legend realm, he had no advantage at all. The only advantage he had was the stately painting in his hands, which was his biggest advantage. Just as those people said, as long as he refined the stately painting, he would naturally have all the advantages in the divine Dan realm. Therefore, he did not rush there directly, but planned to first refine the stately painting. Previously, he wasn't in a hurry because the stately painting was in his hands, but now he realized that he couldn't. Not only was the stately painting not in high demand, but it was also a time bomb. If he wasn't careful, he would be completely blown up. He entered Tianyuan Mirror, and without saying anything to Li Ruashi, he directly started refining. He waved his hand, and the stately painting flew directly into his hand. The Nanming Li fire surged in his hand, and he was about to refine the stately painting. However, the stately painting, which had been well behaved a moment ago, immediately reacted. It wanted to fly away from Yi Shiwen's hand and not let him completely refine it. You want to leave? Yi Shiwen snorted coldly and directly grabbed with his big hand. It turned into an inescapable net and grabbed the mountain river map. The mountain river map suddenly surged and flew out of the mountains, suppressing Yi Shiwen. However, Yi Shiwen directly grabbed them and crushed them, unable to threaten Yi Shiwen. I'd like to see who set up the restriction to harm me. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes, and his killing intent was awe-inspiring. He didn't have any clues now, so he could only search within the stately painting. He grabbed the stately painting with his big hand, and the Nanming Li fire in his hand continued to burn and began to calcine the stately painting. A scream came from the stately painting, and then a figure flew out. Yi Shiwen looked at it and saw that it was none other than Bao Sanhua. "It's really you," Yi Shiwen said faintly. He wasn't surprised. He had already thought that the person who could set him up on the stately painting was not only Bao Sanhua, who represented the primordial origin building, but also the so-called original owner of the stately painting. Yi Shiwen even suspected that the so-called original owner of the stately painting did not exist at all, and that the two were simply a group of people. Now, it was just to verify his guess. His brain was like a meticulous computer, calculating thousands of possibilities in an instant. Bao Sanhua's spirit wanted to escape, but it was useless. It couldn't escape Yi Shiwen's pursuit, and he directly crushed it with a slap. How could he let Bao Sanhua escape in the Tianyuan mirror? Without Bao Sanhua's spirit causing trouble, the stately painting was still constantly struggling, but it was already useless. Yi Shiwen continued to refine it. As he continued to refine it, he mastered more and more parts of the stately painting. However, Yi Shiwen finally discovered that the stately painting was broken, and Bao Sanhua really didn't lie to him. This was supposed to be an extremely powerful magic tool, but it seemed to have been destroyed by some powerful force. The remaining part was extremely broken, but he had no way to repair it to its peak. With his current strength, he couldn't do it for the time being, unlike Tianyuan Mirror, which had long been integrated with him as a natal magic tool. He secretly estimated that it was impossible to restore the stately painting unless he proved his Tao. However, it didn't matter. He just wanted to have an advantage in the opening of the Divine Dan realm, and that was enough. More importantly, with the stately painting in hand, he could find the Divine Dan realm through the connection between the stately painting and the Divine Dan realm, and once again come to the Divine Dan realm. There were peerless divine pellets in the 4 divine tombs. How could he not be envious? However, he didn't have that much time, but it was uncertain in the future. After another 10 days, he had completely refined the stately painting. After refining the stately painting, Yi Shiwen didn't delay and immediately set off to the divine tomb that was forcibly opened. At this time, the Divine Dan realm was also the focus of attention. Yi Shiwen could grasp some of the situation through the stately painting. This time he no longer had to worry about being schemed against. He could use the stately painting to conceal his aura perfectly. Although it had been some time since the opening of the divine tomb, he still couldn't enter the interior of the divine tomb. The interior of the divine tomb had also formed its own space for countless years. It inherited divinity and gave birth to some terrifying creatures. It was these creatures that blocked many powerhouses outside. During this time, many forces had organized attacks, but it was useless. All of them retreated after suffering a lot of losses. No one knew what was inside the divine tomb. After several attempts, everyone finally decided to join forces. They would first eradicate these monsters before discussing other matters. However, no one had noticed that Yi Shiwen had quietly arrived at this place. Chapter 2071. The huge divine tomb was located in the middle of a mountain range. Ferocious spells were emitting a ferocious aura. They had been protecting the divine tomb for hundreds of millions of years. Countless laws began to condense in the sky. It was unknown how much easier it was to comprehend the great Tao if one cultivated in this place. Therefore, all of them had manifested. The comprehension of that deity would appear faintly. Even a legend expert wouldn't be able to resist such a temptation. However, the legend experts hiding in the void weren't in the mood to comprehend the great Tao. They knew very well that the real benefits weren't here. This was the divine tomb. No one could ignore the deity. In front of the deity, these great figures who were like deities to the outsiders were no stronger than ants. Even a dead deity couldn't be underestimated. Reality had already taught them a great lesson. Rumble. The entire tomb of the god of sin was rumbling, and the sky was constantly twisting. Fierce formations were constantly reviving and operating, turning this place into a land of death. Yi Shiwen quietly arrived in front of the divine tomb. Many tyrannical experts were faintly discernible in the sky. They were hiding in groups of 3 to 5 in a small corner. However, Yi Shiwen was most concerned about the formidable army of pill demons in the void. These pill demons were well trained, and all of them were the elites of the elites. They were stationed in a very powerful formation. Any one of these pill demons was an extraordinary existence in the outside world. The weakest among them was at the peak of the profound death realm. There were even legend experts leading them. Under the leadership of these legend experts, These pill demons began to arrange spells in the surroundings. One spell after another appeared in their hands. They were chanting in an obscure language. It seemed as if they were drawing some kind of power from the heaven and earth. These pill demons were blatantly ignoring the existence of other forces. This was their base camp. They had the capital to ignore the existence of everyone else. Their combined strength was comparable to the combined strength of other major forces. Therefore, they could be so unscrupulous. Yi Shiwen could even feel that these spells were slowly surrounding everyone. He could immediately deduce the plan of these pill demons. They were planning to capture all of them in one fell swoop. What a grand plan! What a grand tone! Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes. Even though he was prepared, he still couldn't help but gasp when he saw this scene. He didn't know how many myth experts were hiding here, but the pill demons wanted to capture them all in one fell swoop. They were extremely daring. However, he had to admit that the pill demons really did have the strength to do so. This was their headquarters, and with the power of the spell formation, they might really be able to do it. The others could clearly feel it too. However, none of them were willing to leave. Everyone looked longingly at the opened gates of the divine tomb. There was a god sleeping inside, a true god. Moreover, it was a god that had been cultivated from medicinal pills. If one could devour it, it could be said that one could prove his Tao on the spot. Such a temptation was something that no one could resist. How could he not know what these people were thinking? However, their thoughts were too one-sided. The pill demon army was strong and well-trained. If they could devour it, they could be said to be in a state of disunity. How could they be compared to these pill demons? If these pill demons could devour all of them, the strength of the divine Dan realm would rise to a whole new level. There was nothing to worry about. Yi Shiwen smiled coldly. How could he not know what these people were thinking? However, their thoughts were too one-sided. The pill demon army was tyrannical and well-trained. They formed an army. Although these people were strong, they were simply scattered sand. How could they be compared to these pill demons? If these pill demons could devour all of them, then the strength of the divine Dan realm would rise to a whole new level and become even stronger. This was taking advantage of the greed of these people. Everyone had their own obsession. It was hard to say who was right and who was wrong. Even Yi Shiwen did not want to leave when he sensed the danger. He was confident that he could escape unscathed. He had the stately painting in his hand. In the divine Dan realm, he was like the destiny's child born from the will of the heavens. Naturally, he could not be compared to others. However, although I am confident, I still have to be careful. Otherwise, it is very likely that I will die here. He narrowed his eyes. Although he was confident, he did not dare to be careless. He secretly scanned the area with his divine will and discovered that in addition to the countless powerful auras in the army of pill demons, there were also a few extremely powerful auras. One of them was not far away from him. It was Bao Sanhua, who had sold him the stately painting. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He had already determined that the problem with the stately painting was caused by Bao Sanhua. In the southwest corner were a group of experts, all of whom were god myths. They radiated powerful auras, and from the look of it, it was obvious that they had practiced cultivation for millions upon millions of years to reach their current level. In the southeast corner, there was another great force. 3 tyrannical myth experts led them. Although Yi Shiwen had never seen them before, he immediately recognized them from their clothes. The Great Change God sect, yet another hostile force. He had suppressed young Master Dai. It would be strange if the Great Change God sect let him go so easily. During this period of time, he had also heard that the Great Change God sect was determined to kill him. They were not easy to deal with, so he had to be careful. What gave Yi Shiwen a headache was that in the northwest corner, there were a few indistinct figures. Although there were not many of them, their auras were above the primordial pavilion and the Great Change God sect. Yi Shiwen was very familiar with the cold-faced and handsome young master. Wasn't he the lord of the alien race that Yi Shiwen had just crushed? His strength was the most tyrannical. Even Yi Shiwen could not see through him. He must have used some kind of extraordinary martial technique to conceal his aura. However, judging from the huge qi and blood on his body, his strength was probably far above Yi Shiwen's. Although he was not at the peak of the myth realm, he was still far from the level that Yi Shiwen could deal with. At the moment when Yi Shiwen's divine sense swept over, the cold-faced handsome young master sensed something. His gaze swept over and directly landed on the place where Yi Shiwen was. However, after scanning for a while, he did not see anything. After a while, Yi Shiwen slowly revealed his figure in the void. He had almost been discovered just now. Fortunately, he had used the stately painting to conceal his aura. Otherwise, he would have been discovered. This person's strength was unfathomable. Who exactly was he to be so amazing? However, the myriad heavens and myriad worlds were just too vast. Even the gods would not be able to figure out all the worlds. It was normal for there to be some hidden experts. It was impossible for the profound world to contain all the experts. There were also several experts of different races behind this handsome and indifferent young master. They were the same as the expert who had been crippled by Yi Shiwen previously. Although there were not many of them, each of them was a myth realm expert. Yi Shiwen took a few more glances. The stately painting was originally going to be sold to this cold-faced young master. However, he was later intercepted and killed by Yi Shiwen. So, it seemed that Bao Sanhua's original target was this cold-faced young master? Or could it be that Bao Sanhua was scheming against everyone he caught, regardless of who he was? Many schemes flashed through his mind. In addition to these four largest forces, there were also some scattered myth realm experts and top experts at the peak of the profound death realm. There were many of them, but they were not strong enough to be Yi Shiwen's opponent. Yi Shiwen directly took out the stately painting. His gaze was like a torch that illuminated thousands of miles. He looked directly at the divine tomb, trying to find a loophole between the divine tombs and directly use the stately painting to pass through. He did not want to compete with these people at all. This divine tomb is really amazing. Although it was formed spontaneously, it is a natural, ominous formation. Many formations arranged by man-made formation masters are simply rubbish compared to this natural formation. Yi Shiwen looked for a while and retracted his gaze. He could not find any loophole and could not help but feel a little regretful. There were many alternating formations. Even if Yi Shiwen's current understanding of formations could be called a master, he could not help but feel his scalp tingling when he saw so many densely packed killing formations. He could not find a loophole at all. However, he was not in a hurry. These big shots had not made a move yet. Naturally, he would not act recklessly. After all, there were too many hidden experts. Those experts each had their own methods of hiding their aura. If it was not for the stately painting, many people would not be discovered by him at all. It was very amazing. After Yi Shiwen arrived, some other experts arrived one after another. Soon after they arrived, they also concealed their figures. Some simply concealed their figures from the beginning. However, how could they hide from Yi Shiwen, who had the stately painting in his hand? Although the stately painting was now broken, it still had this basic function. Rumble. The tomb of the god of sin began to shake violently. Yi Shiwen noticed that the incantations of those pill demons were getting louder and louder. A faint power was communicating with the sky. Others couldn't discover this mystery. However, they couldn't see through Yi Shiwen, who had the mountain river map. Yi Shiwen had the mountain river map. No wonder they could open this tomb. These pill demons actually borrowed the power of heaven and earth. No matter how strong the power of the gods is, they can't really compete with heaven and earth. However, he immediately began to prepare. The divine tomb was about to open. Chapter 2072. Rumble. The entire mountain range where the tomb of the god of sin was located suddenly exploded by a mysterious force. Countless violent airflows swept out, forming a huge space storm. This spatial storm blew out, causing many experts at the peak of the profound death stage to be unable to stand firm. They were directly shaken out of their concealed state. In fact, some of the people who were unable to dodge in time were directly injured. The entire scene appeared to be in a state of chaos. In the tomb of the god of sin, the space cracked open and a huge passage was formed, leading to the tomb of the god of sin. At first glance, even with their cultivation, they couldn't see through it. It was dark and gloomy. They didn't know what terrible existence was hiding in it. They could only faintly feel some powerful aura surging out along with the space storm. Yi Shiwen's figure moved slightly, and this space storm was completely resolved. Yi Shiwen could even feel an unimaginably tyrannical existence hidden inside. It seemed that after countless years of evolution, some extraordinary existence had been born in the divine tomb. Swoosh! At this moment, someone had already taken the lead. That person was none other than the grim-faced young master. He and the myth expert behind him took the lead to attack almost at the speed of lightning. They directly rushed into the tomb of the god of sin and soon disappeared. At this moment, everyone reacted. Taking advantage of the opening of the tomb, everyone turned into a stream of light and directly rushed in. Among them, there were even some who had experience. It was just that there were too few people who had entered previously, so they were defeated. This time, with so many people entering together, the situation was naturally different from before. Many experts, including the Primordial Chaos Pavilion, the Great Change God sect, and many other powerful experts, all rushed into the divine tomb in an instant. Yi Shiwen was not in a hurry to enter. He was not in a hurry. With the mountain river map in hand, this was his greatest advantage. Even in the divine tomb, he had an advantage over others. After the crowd went in, he finally rushed in before the army of the Pill Monster blocked the entrance of the tomb of the god of sin. Seeing the foreign experts rush in one after another, the Pill Demons revealed grim smiles on their faces. Let these outsiders go to their deaths. Pairs of cold eyes stared at the experts from all over the world who had rushed in. Both sides had their own plans. Even if they knew that it was dangerous, it was difficult for them to resist such temptation. Yi Shiwen directly rushed in, and suddenly felt the entire space plunged into darkness. It was a dark space, and even the sunlight couldn't penetrate it. Whoosh! 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 Tyrannical rays of light swept over. Yi Shiwen had just entered when he saw a few peak profound death realm experts explode on the spot, dying instantly. In the darkness, many tyrannical existences let out angry roars. Then, beams of black light came pouring down like a torrential rain. Many experts at the peak of the profound death stage were unable to react in time and were directly struck. Of course, they exploded. Even some legend experts were struck. Humph. In the darkness, a loud snort sounded. Then, in an instant, the entire space suddenly lit up. They saw that the cold-faced man had taken out a flag, and with a sudden wave, the sky began to light up. And it was at this moment that everyone saw clearly what that thing was. It was a faintly discernible black figure, and its body faintly emitted a dark and evil aura. When they saw this figure, everyone felt a chill down their spine. They had never seen such an evil and gloomy aura in their lives. Yi Shiwen only felt a kind of cold feeling coming from the bottom of his heart. It was incomparably gloomy and evil. Even the darkest devil race, or even those zombies that had been abandoned by the world, hadn't made him feel so evil. Such an evil feeling had only appeared once, and it was from the abomination god that he had seen before. Yes, after his entire body quivered, he immediately reacted. This was an abomination god. What was more frightening was that compared to the abominations he had seen before, this one was 1,000 times or even 10,000 times stronger. The abomination god was the embodiment of the darkest side of the gods. It would not appear under normal circumstances. Only the final unwillingness and earth-shattering resentment of the dead gods could transform into an abomination god. The truly troublesome thing was that the abomination god was indestructible. Once it was tainted with divinity, it could not be suppressed unless one possessed absolute strength. Yi Shiwen was not the only one. Which one of these people was not a top-notch expert in their respective worlds? They reacted almost instantly, and their faces turned pale. However, they did not panic. That was because they had been here before and had slowly confirmed that there was an abomination god guarding this place. Don't be afraid, everyone. Charge over. As long as we can charge over, it will not matter. This abomination god will not be able to break free and chase after us, shouted a myth expert. Then his entire body flew out, trying to escape from the abomination god. However, this bold myth expert was almost instantly caught by the abomination god on the spot. It directly grabbed him in its hand and crushed him to death. All the defenses on his body were crushed. Then the divinity with a blurry face opened its mouth and swallowed him bit by bit. The sound of the abomination god's mouth made everyone's bones ache. Everyone's breathing became heavy. Although they were clearly prepared, they still could not help but gasp when they saw how terrifying this abomination god was. They did not have time to delay any longer. They could clearly feel that the laws in the sky had changed. The pill demons behind them were rushing in. They could not wait any longer. There was an abomination god blocking the way in front, and the pill demons behind them. They were caught in the middle. There were wolves in front and tigers behind. It was too dangerous. Charge over. We don't have much time. Let this abomination god stall those pill demons. Someone shouted. Many people immediately agreed. They were thinking the same thing. The cold-faced prince was the first to attack. At this time, he did not stop at all. He directly took a step forward. Roar! The abomination god let out a loud roar. Its big hand directly grabbed out. The laws of space fluctuated violently. It directly grabbed the cold-faced prince. The flag in the cold-faced prince's hand directly wrapped around him and many of his subordinates. Clang! The big hand directly grabbed the flag. After a loud roar, it still could not break the flag. The cold-faced prince directly broke through the encirclement. The abomination god wanted to continue to attack, but there was no way. There were too many people breaking through at the same time. For a while, he did not know who to attack first. Whoosh! 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 Everyone turned into streams of light and escaped. However, although most of them managed to escape, there were still some who could not escape the pursuit of the abominations. All of them were devoured by the abominations on the spot. In just a short while, more than half of the people in the space that had been filled with people had escaped. At this time, Yi Shiwen finally moved. He did not escape. Instead, he directly rushed towards the abomination god. When the abomination god saw that someone actually dared to rush towards him, he could not help but reveal a somewhat sinister smile. His dark face was sinister and evil. Whoosh! The abomination directly grabbed out with a big hand. It formed a monstrous dark cloud and directly slammed down towards Yi Shiwen. Meteor explosion. In the face of such a tyrannical and terrifying abomination god, Yi Shiwen did not dare to have the slightest bit of mercy. He directly blasted out with meteor explosion. Bang! An incomparably loud roar was heard. The fist and the palm collided fiercely, making a sound like metal colliding. Although the abomination god was the embodiment of the evil thoughts of the gods, its physical body also had some divinity. It was tyrannical and terrifying. Thump, thump, thump. Yi Shiwen retreated continuously. He retreated more than a dozen steps in succession before he was barely able to dispel this powerful force. Hee, human, you actually dared to come close to me. The abomination god opened his mouth to speak. It was even more sinister and evil. After a long time, even this abomination god had already developed spiritual wisdom. The abomination god had already rushed towards him. It directly shrank into a straight line. Idiot, I dare to rush towards you. Don't I have something to rely on? Yi Shiwen sneered. The most terrifying thing about the abomination god was that it was extremely difficult to kill. It was an existence that was basically invincible among those of the same level. Even if one was stronger than the abomination god, one would not be able to do anything to it. It was simply difficult to subdue. What? The abomination god was stunned for a moment. Then it immediately sneered and said, "What kind of magic treasure can suppress me?" It let out an extremely sharp shriek. A simple and unadorned mirror suddenly appeared on Yi Shiwen's body. It was the demon-suppressing mirror. All along, the demon-suppressing mirror had not been considered too powerful among the many magic treasures that Yi Shiwen possessed. However, the people of the demon-suppressing city had once used this demon-suppressing mirror to suppress the abomination god. This had left a deep impression on him. After the demon-suppressing mirror had fallen into his hands, he had never used it. This was the second time that he had encountered an abomination god. A ray of light directly brushed out from the demon-suppressing mirror. There was a burst of fluctuations of the laws. It directly penetrated the space and blasted onto the body of the abomination god. Ah! The abomination screamed shrilly. It screamed endlessly. There was unconcealable horror in its eyes. A large hole was directly pierced through its body. It was simply incredible. This was a magic treasure that could suppress it. Chapter 2073. The divine abomination was a derivative of the gods. Almost nothing could hurt its existence. It was untainted by dust and indestructible. The essence of the divine abomination was a part of the spirit of the gods. Ordinary instruments could not hurt it at all. Even if they could hurt it with their powerful abilities, it would be absolutely difficult to kill it. But this demon-suppressing mirror was different. It could actually suppress the divine abomination. Even Yi Shiwen had a whole new level of respect for such an ability. He had also secretly speculated that this demon-suppressing mirror probably had other unknown origins. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to have such an ability. But there was no point in thinking about this now. Yi Shiwen directly restrained his thoughts. The divine abomination screamed. For the first time, there was a flash of panic in its eyes. It did not know who this person was. He actually had such a device that could restrain it. Countless frightening thoughts flashed in its mind. Although it was only a divine abomination, it was a derivative of the gods. Although it had never left, it was also knowledgeable and innately extraordinary. It could almost immediately think of all kinds of possibilities. But no matter which possibility it was, he could not take it lightly. The whistling sound behind him was getting louder and louder. The pill demon army was rushing in. Yi Shiwen's expression turned cold. There was not much time left. He could not continue to strip down. Suddenly there was a cold shout. The demon-suppressing mirror in his hand erupted with an astonishing light. It shook the heaven and earth. Halos spread out one after another. The divine abomination felt its whole body being illuminated by these halos. Then, beams of divine light directly swept down. Whoosh! The divine abomination screamed and hurriedly fled. How could Yi Shiwen let it go? After devouring a divine abomination last time, his cultivation had improved greatly. How could he let it go this time? This divine abomination was much stronger than the one he devoured last time. Bang! Although the divine abomination quickly fled, it had no way to escape after being locked by the demon-suppressing mirror. It was directly bombarded on the spot. Ah! The divine abomination screamed. A large hole was blasted in its body. It screamed endlessly and rolled on the ground. Yi Shiwen did not hesitate. The demon-suppressing mirror in his hand flew out and rapidly rotated. Then it suppressed the divine abomination. In a moment, the divine abomination was suppressed into the demon-suppressing mirror. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes and directly stored the demon-suppressing mirror into the heavenly source mirror. He hadn't refined the divine abomination yet because he didn't have enough time. He could only suppress it first. The power of this demon-suppressing mirror was much stronger than he had imagined. It seemed to have an innate and terrifying restraining ability against these evil spirits. After receiving the demon-subduing mirror, Yi Shiwen strode forward and directly chased after it. After he left, the pill demon army had already poured in. One by one, the tyrannical pill demon army poured into the space. They were also somewhat puzzled. Wasn't there supposed to be an abomination here? How could he disappear? Could he have been killed by those people? How was this possible in such a short time? Disbelief flashed across their minds. However, this wasn't the time for them to be confused. They immediately chased after the martialists in front of them. Chase! Don't let the wealth be taken away by the outsiders. Kill all of them and plunder them as food. At this time, Yi Shiwen had already unfolded his demon wings and began to shuttle through the layers of space. Although the divine tomb looked huge from the outside, he realized that the size of the divine tomb from the outside was not worth mentioning at all after entering it. He didn't know how many layers of space were inside the divine tomb. It was vast and boundless, just like a huge world. This was because he was in deep awe of the power of the gods. Even if the gods were dead, they could still create such an incredible scene. With his strength, it was impossible to achieve this. The power of the gods was really incredible. The inside of the divine tomb had been nourished by the spiritual energy for countless years. It was unknown how many treasures of heaven and earth were born. They formed dragon veins and entrenched everywhere. These foreign experts had just entered the divine tomb and started to fight continuously. In order to fight for these treasures of heaven and earth, they had launched an intense battle. The weakest of these experts were at the peak of the profound death realm. There was no lack of experts at the myth realm among them. When they attacked with all their strength, it was easy to imagine that the sky and earth would shake. There were violent waves in the sky. If it wasn't for the countless peerless killing formations in the divine tomb that suppressed the waves, the entire tomb might have completely collapsed. These were tyrannical existences that could even destroy planets. When they attacked with all their strength, the power was astonishing. Boom! 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 Loud booms resounded, and many spaces were torn apart. However, even more people were rushing towards the center. A legendary god was buried there, an existence that could become a god with a divine elixir. There were countless benefits. Compared to that, these were nothing. Therefore, those who were still fighting were all experts at the peak of the profound death realm. They were very clear that the divine elixir had nothing to do with them. Any one of those myth realm experts could easily kill them. They did not dare to take this risk. Unlike those myth realm experts who were rushing over, Yi Shiwen was not anxious at all. This was because he had the stately map in his hand. He could clearly sense that the divine elixir had not been taken away by anyone. What's more, he could sense that the pellet demon army behind him was getting closer and closer. With the pellet demon army around, no matter how smart those people were, it would be useless. It was impossible for them to escape from the pellet demon army easily. Furthermore, the cold-looking child, Bao Sanhua, and the others were not ordinary people. He had no chance of winning against any one of them, let alone so many of them. Therefore, he could only wait quietly and fish in troubled waters. It was useless to rush over now. If he could not defeat the pill demon army, everything would be in vain. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. He began to collect the wealth in the tomb of the god of sin. It was unknown how many years the tomb of the god of sin had been abandoned. Under the effect of the Dharma, the rich spiritual qi had directly formed Xian cores. There were countless Xian cores at a glance. He would naturally not leave these Xian cores for the pill demon army behind him. All of them were collected by him. After opening the Tianyuan mirror, the speed at which he collected the Xian cores was incomparably fast. Tens of millions of Xian cores were collected by him. Along the way, these Xian cores were like cabbages that no one wanted and were harvested by him. Along the way, there were some experts at the peak of the profound death realm who were restraining themselves. However, how could they be compared to Yi Shiwen? They were sent flying by Yi Shiwen right from the start. They could not be compared to him. Those experts at the peak of the profound death realm were gnashing their teeth in hatred. A legend expert was despicably competing with them. Did he have any dignity or pride as a legend expert? He collected Xian cores along the way and rushed towards the center of the divine tomb. Compared to the locust-like army of the Pill Demon army, Yi Shiwen's efficiency was naturally inferior. He did not dare to stop. Otherwise, the Pill Demon army would catch up to him. However, even so, he had collected as many as 1 billion Xian cores. However, he was not so lucky. He was not caught by the Pill Demon army. Instead, he was stopped by a legend expert in front of him. It was none other than the old, middle, and young legend experts. Who else could it be other than the great change god sect's third sect leader? Ever since Yi Shiwen's identity was exposed, the news of him quickly spread to the front. After receiving the news, the great change god sect's third sect leader discussed for a while and decided to let the third sect leader personally capture Yi Shiwen. The other two would continue to rush towards the center of the divine tomb to obtain the divine cores. Although they hated Yi Shiwen to the bone, they did not want to let go of the temptation of the divine cores. Therefore, they decided to split up. The great change god sect's third sect leader Dai's eyes were incomparably cold. He hated Yi Shiwen to the bone. He stared at Yi Shiwen and slowly said, "You are very courageous. Very courageous." His voice was filled with anger. He hated Yi Shiwen to the bone. He could not wait to tear Yi Shiwen's body into 1,000 pieces. Young Master Dai was so arrogant and domineering because he doted on Yi Shiwen. From this, one could see how much he doted on young Master Dai. Now that his beloved son had been sealed by Yi Shiwen, his eyes were about to spit fire. Yi Shiwen's expression was indifferent. He was not surprised, nor was he angry. He had already realized that he would not be able to hide his identity from these people after he revealed himself. Even amongst these profound death stage experts, there was no lack of eyes and ears from these people. Now, I'll give you two choices. Either I tear you into 1,000 pieces and extract your memories, or you obediently undo the seal and sign a master-slave contract. You'll be my son's slave for all eternity. If that's the case, we'll still give you a way out. Sect leader Dai looked at Yi Shiwen indifferently. His eyes were like torches, and he could see Yi Shiwen's cultivation with a single glance. The second heavenly layer of Powong realm. It seemed that Yi Shiwen had just broken through not too long ago. The laws around his body were still faintly resonating. This was a situation that could only happen when one was breaking through. The hatred in his heart grew. As a legendary grandmaster, Yi Shiwen had actually attacked a junior. This was simply going too far, bullying the weak. As for Yi Shiwen's age, it was no longer important. After stepping into this realm, age was not important at all. He could be called a grandmaster. From his point of view, the cause of this matter was no longer important. In his heart, Yi Shiwen had already been sentenced to death. Suddenly, Yi Shiwen opened his mouth and sneered. "You really have a merciful heart." Chapter 2074. He sensed that the Pellet Demon army was getting closer and closer. He couldn't help but sneer and said, "There's not much time left. I can't let the Pellet Demon army catch up, so I'll kill you." His eyes suddenly narrowed and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "Ha ha ha, what a joke. You, at the second level of Powong Realm, actually want to kill me." Cult leader Dai couldn't help but laugh in anger. Ever since he stepped into the Godmyth level, no one had ever dared to say they could kill him, let alone in such a short time. He was so angry that his eyes turned red. He spat out a mouthful of air and grabbed it in his hand. He clenched his fist and punched out. "Emperor Heavenly Divine Fist." He directly punched out, blasting out an incomparably huge world, manifesting. Vaguely, it actually condensed into a physical body. This was an incomparably huge world, and after a long time, it could even become a real world. The entire sky shook violently. This caused many peak profound death stage existences to involuntarily tremble with fear and trepidation. They had originally planned to take advantage of the fight between the two legendary experts. They might be able to take advantage of the fight between the two legendary experts. Therefore, even though they knew that the pellet demon army was getting closer and closer, they still couldn't bear to leave. Yi Shiwen's expression was cold and his eyes were cold. In his body, the enlightening mind ancient tree had completely erupted with 7 colored rays of light. Countless forces were surging in his body. He had completely entered the state of being funny. Clang! The Emperor Heavenly Divine fist struck out and directly blasted in front of Yi Shiwen. However, it was blocked by the demon wings behind him. What kind of magic is this? A look of horror flashed in Dai Jiaozhu's eyes. With his vast experience, how could he not recognize the demonic techniques? In the past, whether it was in the ancient desolate realm or in the true martial domain, Yi Shiwen's demon wings had to be completely covered up. Whether it was in the true martial domain or the ancient desolate realm, even the demonic techniques could be accepted. This was because those who practiced demonic techniques would mostly become the lackeys of the demon race and become a branch of the demon worship religion. Because of that, he had to be very careful. But now that he was a god myth, there was no one who would dare to order him around. So he didn't need to worry. Without the concealment of divinity, the demon wings were fully revealed. The black wings flapped continuously in the void, and his body was surrounded by a majestic aura. Although the devil wings was a cultivation method of the devil race, it was the cultivation method of the devil king in the past. After cultivating to this level, there was no such thing as good or evil. Even if it was a cultivation method of the devil race, it was also mighty. It was just that the energy attribute was different. He danced in the sky like a fallen angel. His eyes were clear and cold, and his face was delicate and handsome. He looked incomparably cold. Seeing Yi Shiwen's state, everyone was stunned. Compared to Yi Shiwen's unknown status, Dai Jiaozhu's reputation was undoubtedly much greater. He was a veteran godmyth expert, and also the third Jiaozhu of the Great Change God cult. Whether people wanted to know or not, they all knew how powerful Dai Jiaozhu was. But such a powerful punch was unexpectedly broken by Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen's strength was far from what people had imagined. Humph, it's just an insignificant skill. So what if it's a demonic technique? Dai Jiaozhu suppressed the panic in his heart. The devil race was one of the largest races in the heavens. They had produced several emperor kings. How could an ordinary race look up to them? The inheritance of the devil race was far beyond that of an ordinary race. It was extraordinarily powerful. Otherwise, the devil race wouldn't have become a terror in the heavens. He directly blasted out another punch. It was the Emperor Heavenly Divine fist again. The pressure of the fist collapsed all the space. All the laws exploded in an instant. All the attacks that came over were all buried. He didn't hide the aura on his body. The terrifying strength that belonged to the 4th level of Paong realm was completely displayed. In an instant, it all erupted, causing the heavens to collapse. There's not much time left. I'll kill you, Yi Shiwen said indifferently. No one knew when, but there was an additional imperial robe on his body. With the addition of the 5 emperors, his aura increased a lot out of nowhere, climbing to an even more terrifying realm. And this didn't stop. Behind him, a huge figure was slowly merging into his body. It was the incarnation of the fist principle. It raised his aura to an extremely terrifying realm. Cult leader Dai's complexion changed. His Emperor Heavenly Divine Fist had been casually received by Yi Shiwen. His big hand had buried everything. Everything had been annihilated by his divinity. It couldn't pose a threat to him at all. He actually climbed to the peak of the 4th level of Paong realm. He was even more tyrannical than him. Dai Jiaozhu's eyes were bloodshot. He knew that he had probably miscalculated this time. He had kicked an iron plate. However, it was already too late. He could only go all out. He directly condensed his hands. Endless fist strength rippled around his body. It boiled and turned into an ocean of fist strength. It instantly blasted towards Yi Shiwen. Compared to before, it was many times more tyrannical. This time he didn't hold back at all. Many of the ominous formations in the surroundings were resurrected at once. It was as if they had felt this powerful, destructive force, and all of them were resurrected. However, Yi Shiwen was still expressionless. He took a step forward and didn't retreat. On the contrary, he rushed forward. He shouted, "Supreme gold possession!" The invisible metal attribute energy in the surroundings rushed over in a frenzy and poured into his body. It made his entire person look like a metal man. He blasted out with unparalleled, cutting power. Rumble! There was a violent collision in the sky. The two great demigods instantly burst into an eternal collision. Dai Jiaozhu was a veteran legend expert. His martial power was profound. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years he had cultivated and experienced the vicissitudes of life. On the other hand, although Yi Shiwen was young, he had devoured the essence and blood of many legend experts. His martial power was rising steadily. Bang! Both of Yi Shiwen's hands were like sharp swords. He directly cut apart Dai Jiaozhu's attack. It was instantly broken cleanly. Immediately after, Yi Shiwen's hands clenched into fists and directly blasted towards Dai Jiaozhu's body. Crack! Dai Jiaozhu's body suddenly emitted the sound of bones breaking. He was directly hit by Yi Shiwen. His sternum was instantly broken, and he directly spat out a mouthful of blood. His vision darkened, and he almost suffocated. How can he be so strong? Dai Jiaozhu barely stabilized his figure in the void. He couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at Yi Shiwen. He was simply like a monster. He could clearly see that Yi Shiwen should not be 1,000 years old. It was already a great miracle for him to be able to cultivate to the legend realm at this age. But he could actually be compared to a veteran legend expert like him who had cultivated for God knows how many years. Was there still any justice in this world? How could they still play together? At this time he recalled what Yi Shiwen had said just now. Yi Shiwen wasn't boasting, he actually intended to do so. In his eyes, a legend expert could be killed in a short period of time. Moreover, he really had such strength. Just which sect did such a peerless expert come from? He had never heard of it before. There were so many immortal inheritances in the human world. Only the heavens knew which one it was. Yi Shiwen constantly flapped the devil wings behind him. The power of wind and thunder surged out, forming a huge domain, sealing the surrounding space. He wanted to thoroughly kill him and not give him a chance to escape. When dealing with young Master Dai, he had already shown mercy. Otherwise, that trash would have already died in his hands. If the Great Change Divine sect had persuaded him with kind words, then he would have unlocked the seal. It was a pity that they did not use this most reliable method in the beginning. Perhaps they could not wait to kill him. Since this was the case, he would not be polite. "I will fight with you." Dai Jiaozhu roared and directly blasted out a punch. The fist energy spread thousands of miles towards Yi Shiwen. Bang! This punch directly blasted on Yi Shiwen's body. Before he could continue to be happy, he was shocked to find that although his punch had blasted on Yi Shiwen's body, it had actually blasted a slight crack on Yi Shiwen's 5 Emperors battle armor. It did not affect Yi Shiwen at all. He just slightly operated the observing person scripture. Under the restoration of a huge amount of real yuan, he had almost recovered in an instant. How could this be? At this moment, he no longer looked down on Yi Shiwen as before. His heart began to panic. Even a legendary master would not be much better than an ordinary person when facing death. Yi Shiwen sneered. After stepping into the second level of Paong realm, his strength was no longer the same as before. If he had not yet broken through, Even with the help of Sword Art's doppelganger, when facing Dai Jiaozhu, he was afraid that he would be in a difficult situation, let alone crushing Dai Jiaozhu so easily. Swish! Yi Shiwen's figure disappeared in an instant. He had already rushed in front of Dai Jiaozhu in an instant and blasted his fist out. That dreadful fist energy was like a flood that had broken through a dam, pouring out in torrents. He did not fight with him in the air. After all, the disadvantage of the realm was the disadvantage of the realm. Now, he could only rely on his strong body to directly defeat him. Bang! An incomparably loud explosion resounded, and the third lord of the Great Change Divine cult let out a blood-curdling screech as he was sent flying. His chest had been pierced by Yi Shiwen, and his golden divinity blood splashed out. Chapter 2075. Those experts at the pinnacle of the profound death realm who were quietly hiding and watching this scene couldn't help but tremble. Yi Shiwen's demigod aura spread out. Indistinctly, he was as powerful as a deity. How could ordinary people like them be compared to him? Demigod and profound death realm were only one realm apart. However, the gap between them was like heaven and earth. Just like a demigod and a Tao-confirming expert. Even if it was just a half-step difference, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. It was as if they were on two different levels of life. Deities were the direction of evolution and cultivation for all life in the universe. Although they also knew that there were strong and weak people in the demigod realm, they didn't expect that the one who had obtained the complete advantage and crushed one side was actually this unknown human kid. How could he be so strong to actually beat up Dai Jiaozhu, who was also a legend, so miserably? At this moment, Dai Jiaozhu finally turned pale with fright. He immediately reacted. It was impossible for him to be Yi Shiwen's opponent. At this moment, he could only escape to the side of his big brother and second brother and borrow their strength to be safe. However, just as he flew up, Yi Shiwen's attack had already arrived. Wearing the 5 Emperor's battle armor, Yi Shiwen was like a king in this world. He directly stomped down fiercely. Bang! Sect leader Dai let out a blood-curdling scream on the spot, and his body suddenly exploded. He couldn't help but scream. His physical body was torn into pieces. One of his spirit escaped from within and wanted to escape. Although he had lost his physical body, he almost had to disintegrate and cultivate again. He didn't know how long it would take for him to cultivate to his current level again. In fact, he didn't even know if he would have such an opportunity. However, it was much better than being killed by Yi Shiwen on the spot. However, how could Yi Shiwen give him a chance? He immediately conjured a big hand of the Fire Emperor. It was burning fiercely and grabbed the spirit in his hand. Then the spirit was burned to ashes alive. A legend expert died in his hands. Only then did Yi Shiwen deactivate the 5 Emperor's battle armor and fist incarnation. Then he kept Dai Jiaozhu's physical body in the Tianyuan mirror and slowly refined all the blood essence in his body. If he wanted to break through quickly, he would need the blood essence of these mythical experts. Plundering their cultivation and skills would save him countless years of hard work. Otherwise, how would he be able to catch up to the Abyssal Demon Master, the Divine Union Leader, and the others? The amount of time he spent cultivating wasn't even a fraction of the time they spent cultivating. Leave the corpse. Just as Yi Shiwen stored sect leader Dai's physical body, the vanguard of the Pill Demon Army arrived. The vanguard was a one-handed legend realm expert with an incomparably huge body. Behind him were dozens of peak profound death realm pill demons. Every single one of them had an invincible aura and were extremely powerful. They were all overlords of a region. However, at this moment, they could only serve as the vanguard. One could well imagine how terrifying this pill demon army was. None of the armies that Yi Shiwen had seen before could be compared to this army. Idiot! Yi Shiwen smiled coldly. The yin-yang life and death diagram suddenly flew out. Yin and yang qi shot out and crushed the vanguard like a mountain. The vanguard of the Pill Demon army did not expect Yi Shiwen to be unafraid. He was even the first to attack. He was caught off guard and was hit by the Yin and Yang Qi. Bang! He was immediately sent flying backwards as he spat out a mouthful of blood. All of it transformed into pill qi that filled the sky. Moreover, all of it was essence. The essence spat out by a legend expert. One could well imagine how precious it was. However, at this moment, none of the surrounding peak profound death stage experts were in the mood to plunder it. All of them hurriedly fled. He had originally fallen far behind the main group, but the Pill Demon army had actually caught up to him. They did not have Yi Shiwen's strength to ignore the vanguard army and fled in all directions. This vanguard official was only at the first sky of Paong realm. The difference in strength between him and Yi Shiwen was like heaven and earth. How could he defeat Yi Shiwen? Yi Shiwen took a step forward and chased after him. He did not stop at all. He was ruthless and ruthless. His palm directly grabbed the vanguard official of Demon Pill. Bang! The Pill Demon Vanguard did not have time to dodge. He was caught in Yi Shiwen's hand and his body was crushed. An incomparably huge pellet was revealed. Although it was not a divine pellet, it was still extremely powerful. Yi Shiwen could not help but be secretly surprised. The divine Dan realm was indeed worthy of its name. There were many high-quality pellets. Ordinary pellets could not be transformed into a pill demon even if they were stored for 100 million years. Not to mention, it was unknown what kind of fortuitous encounter one would have to encounter in order to cultivate to the legend realm. There were actually quite a few demigod-level pill demons in the divine Dan realm. One could imagine how powerful the divine Dan realm was at its peak. Yi Shiwen had killed this vanguard official. The other pill demons who were serving as the vanguard naturally couldn't escape from Yi Shiwen's pursuit. Yi Shiwen grabbed all of them with one hand and crushed their bodies to reveal the main body of the pills. Then he directly put them into the Tianyuan mirror. Yi Shiwen used his great magic power to send the pills into Li Ya's body. These were better than nothing for him. However, they were very important for Li Ya. Ruah, she looked at the sky. The pellets, exuding a powerful aura, directly entered Li Ya's body. She could not help but feel very envious. However, she also knew that it was useless to be envious. The relationship between Li Ya and Yi Shiwen was far from being comparable to hers. Comparing oneself with others would only make one angry. Different people had different fates. But all of a sudden he saw one of the pills fly towards her, and then, under the support of a gentle primordial qi, it poured into her body, and then instantly turned into a powerful energy that rushed into her limbs and bones, and actually began to forcefully break through. This was the body of a pill demon vanguard at the peak of the profound death realm. Although there was only one pellet, it was still extremely huge for Ruashi, who had just broken through to the profound death realm intermediate stage. If she had obtained it herself, she would have completely exploded on the spot. However, she soon discovered that the gentle Real Yuan had actually begun to help her refine the power of the pellet. This pill demon vanguard's many years of cultivation had all been condensed into this pellet. Now, all of it had rushed out and rushed into her limbs and bones. With the help of Yi Shiwen's Real Yuan, she had already broken through the barrier of the profound Death Realm Advanced Stage without any warning and rushed into the profound Death Realm Advanced Stage in one fell swoop. She was naturally stunned. She had never imagined that she would actually have a share of these precious pellets that were highly sought after in the outside world, although it was far from being comparable to Li Ye's. Li Ye's dozens of pellets had all directly entered her body. In addition to the blood essence of the legend-level expert from before, it was like a wave of violent energy had entered her body. It was just that it had been sealed by Yi Shiwen. She was only a little bit away from breaking through to a higher realm. However, she was already satisfied. As an outsider, she had only followed Yi Shiwen for a few days. Yet, She had already charged into the Profound Death Realm Advanced Stage from the initial Profound Death Realm Advanced Stage. This was something that she had never imagined. Originally, she had even felt that she might not have the opportunity to step into the Profound Death Realm Advanced Stage in her lifetime. Yet she had actually done it so easily. She did not know why, but her heart was incomparably sour when she thought of the arduous and dangerous journey of cultivation in the past. Without the protection of her master, she had to struggle and struggle along the way. Master, do you see this? Ruah, she is no longer inferior to you now. 2 streams of tears flowed down uncontrollably. What she did not know was that these were nothing to Yi Shiwen. If it was not for the fact that he was afraid that she would not be able to bear it, he could have even given her more pellets. After all, she was not a foodie like the young Kuan-Pong. The Kuan-Pong was born with a special physique. No matter how much he ate, it would not affect him. It was even as if the bottleneck of the realm did not exist at all. He could grow wherever he ate. Yi Shiwen was completely envious of her. Boom! There was a violent fluctuation in the sky. Yi Shiwen had just wiped out the vanguard army of Pill Demon in one fell swoop. Suddenly, there was a huge energy fluctuation in the void. Then, a big hand suddenly appeared in the void and grabbed him. All the principles were revealed in an instant, as if a mask had been torn off. Then they were crushed by this big hand. Then, it directly fell towards Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen was shocked in his heart. However, he did not show it on his face. The demon wings behind him instantly spread out. His figure seemed to have teleported and instantly moved hundreds of miles away. Rumble! The space in front of him had actually been crushed. The chaos in the space poured out in torrents. Yi Shiwen's expression changed slightly. This was not the outside world. In the divine tomb, there are countless formations protecting it. However, it could still cause such a terrifying destructive power. The strength of the owner of this huge hand could be said to be shocking. Could it be that the Pill Master had personally taken action? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. However, his figure did not slow down at all. He crazily flew towards the center of the divine tomb. No matter which pellet demon beast had taken action, it was not something that he could contend against. His movements were not slow at all. However, the huge hand behind him was getting closer and closer. Boom! 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 The huge hand continued to grab down. Every time, Yi Shiwen escaped by a hair's breadth. However, Yi Shiwen had escaped. However, the experts at the peak of the Profound Death Realm, who were originally watching the show and prepared to take advantage of the situation, were not that fast. Some of them could not dodge in time and were killed on the spot. However, there was nothing they could do. They could only curse at Yi Shiwen, who was gradually getting further away. Chapter 2076. Yi Shiwen didn't care about any accidental injuries at this time. Moreover, these people were beside him. Weren't they here to take advantage of him? He flew all the way towards the depths like a stream of light. The big hand behind him kept chasing him. After a long time, it finally gave up the chase. It wasn't that he intended to let Yi Shiwen go, but he had already entered the depths of the divine tomb. The various ominous formations were even sharper. It was impossible for him to attack so casually, which allowed Yi Shiwen to escape. This also made Yi Shiwen a little relieved. Although he didn't know who attacked, this aura was much stronger than Yi Shiwen. It gave him a great sense of danger. He had finally broken into the core of the divine tomb. He couldn't help but see an extremely shocking scene. It was a huge palace with a length and width of thousands of miles. In this palace, on a throne, a figure was sitting on it. He was vague and couldn't be seen clearly. It seemed that his whole body was shrouded by something. The space was distorted, and he couldn't see his face clearly. It gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. It was a life level that was above his own. Around his body, countless alchemy Tao laws turned into streams of light and manifested. They constantly shuttled in the void, cutting through the vast sky. In this dark and silent environment, it was just like the stars in the universe. Inside his body, the mysterious space was constantly revolving. All kinds of information about the Tao of alchemy were being crazily deduced. All of them were being received by him. His understanding of the Tao of alchemy was also rapidly improving. Yi Shiwen quietly comprehended the Tao of alchemy. I'm afraid this alchemy Tao law should be comprehended by him in his lifetime, using his body to understand the truth, and the law follows him. This is a sign of proving the truth. Yi Shiwen immediately judged. How could he not understand? I'm afraid that this should be the God who proved the truth with a divine elixir. Yi Shiwen's heart was filled with unprecedented sorrow. Even if a powerhouse who proved the truth was majestic and ruled a side of the world, now wasn't he dead? Everything was over when he died. Only living was meaningful. Even the legendary invincible emperor in the world. Didn't he also fall? Where were the demon king, demon emperor, and human emperor who were once famous in the world now? Is there no such thing as true immortality? He even had some doubts about martial arts. However, it was only a slight doubt. In just a moment, he had already recovered. He had not even reached Tao validation, let alone the legendary Imperial Lord, let alone the legendary eternal life. It was still too early. At this moment, the entire spacious and boundless main hall had already turned into a mess of fighting, especially those experts of the mythical realm. Each and every one of them was in a frenzy, completely insane. The divine pill was right in front of them. How could they possibly calm down? Boom! 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 In this place, they could attack as they pleased, because they were suppressed by the laws of the gods. No matter how strong they were, they could not break through the laws of the gods, so there was nothing to worry about. There was no need to worry about the hall collapsing. Countless demigod nomological laws were released. If it was any other place, even a planet would have been completely crushed into pieces. They had to be careful of other people's attacks, and at the same time, they had to approach the throne step by step. That was the territory of the gods, and it had already been surrounded by countless nomological laws. Ordinary people had no way of approaching it. They had to withstand the suppression of the alchemy laws with their powerful weapons as they approached. Even the cold-looking young master who was at the front had only advanced less than half the distance. Behind him, there were Bao, Sanhua, and the others, as well as the two sect leaders of the Great Change God sect. They were not far behind. Behind them, there were some rogue cultivators at the myth realm. These people had only advanced less than 1/3 of the distance. The process of advancing was extremely difficult. Before he could think further, he heard endless curses coming from behind him. Many experts at the peak of the profound death realm stumbled and ran over. Behind them, the army of Pill Demon charged in. They were like locusts, sweeping away everything in their path. The experts of the profound death realm were instantly swept away. Many people did not even have time to react before they were swept to death. The army of Pill Demon got into formation and swept away everything in their way. They seemed to have the intention of killing everyone in one go. Charge in. Only by charging in and obtaining the divine elixir will we have a way out. Someone shouted. The experts at the profound death realm, who were originally wandering outside, roared and charged in. The army of Pill Demon was getting closer and closer. Swoosh! 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 Dozens of godmyth experts flew out from the ranks of the Pill Demon army, transforming into streaks of light that shot toward the godmyth experts who had just arrived. These people did not follow the army of Pill Demon. Instead, they wanted to compete with the experts of the myth realm for the legendary divine elixir. These Pill Demon were originally cultivated from elixirs. Their understanding of Pill, Tao, could be said to be a grandmaster. Under the influence of the Pill Tao nomological laws, their speed was much faster than the experts at the myth realm. In a short while, they had caught up with the experts at the myth realm. The leader was an old man in a royal robe. His face was cold and his body was skinny. His eyes were cold and his body was emitting a powerful aura. The pill demon treated him as their leader. The identity of this pill demon was obvious. Pill King. According to the legends, he was the only surviving disciple of the divine pill world. He was extremely ancient and wore clothing that was different from the other pill demons. It was simple and unadorned, and seemed to have existed for a very long time. Yi Shiwen waited in the dark. He was not in a hurry to attack. At this moment, whoever attacked first would become a thorn in everyone's eyes. He was not that stupid. Humph! You outsiders dare to spy on the things of the divine Dan realm. You are courting death. Dan King said with a cold smile. His eyes were extremely cold. He had already sentenced everyone to death in his heart. Dan King, don't be too arrogant. Bao Sanhua clenched his teeth as he charged forward, enduring that extremely powerful and terrifying pressure as he shouted, "You still dare to show up? You stole the stately painting when I wasn't here. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Now is the perfect time to settle the old and new scores together." King of Elixirs said coldly with killing intent. Bao Sanhua's face suddenly fell when he mentioned this. Almost in an instant, he thought of the mountain river map that had fallen into Yi Shiwen's hands. He had worked so hard for someone, but it was all for someone else. Boom! Pill King coldly snorted. He transformed into a monstrous big hand and ferociously rushed towards Bao Sanhua to grab him. The might of his attack was frightening even in this place where the divine principles were overwhelming. The feeling of such might reminded Yi Shiwen of the Devil Lord of the Abyss. His dreadful skill was perhaps even stronger than that of the Devil Lord of the Abyss. However, Yi Shiwen did not know why, but he clearly felt that the Dan King's chi and blood were not that strong. On the contrary, it was a bit weak. It was a bit like a decline after reaching the peak. Attack! Bao Sanhua shouted. He and the other myth realm experts behind him worked together to form a huge formation. They each stood at a different formation core and slashed out a raging wave to meet the attack head-on. Boom! The sound of a terrifying collision rang out. It was the collision of demigods. A dazzling light accompanied by a powerful shockwave spread out in all directions. Even the myth experts had to put up their protective barriers to protect themselves, not to mention the experts at the peak of the profound death realm. Some of them were directly sent, flying hundreds of miles away. They could not even react in time. Even the strongest experts at the peak of the profound death realm were also shaken to the point of vomiting blood. They quickly put up their protective shields to protect themselves. Their eyes were filled with incomparable horror. This was the existence of the demigod level. Even the aftermath of the attack could seriously injure them. If this happened a few more times, they would not even need to do anything. They would be killed by the shock wave. Bao Sanhua and the rest could only hold on for a short while before their defensive formation was broken apart, causing them to spit out mouthfuls of blood. Even though the 5 of them had joined forces, it was still not enough to face off against a terrifying existence that had ruled over the divine Dan world for countless years. Previously, if Dan King had not taken the opportunity to escape, how could he have stolen the stately painting? More importantly, the stately painting was refined by Yi Shiwen in the end. He did not get any benefits from it. He went for wool and came home shorn. At this time, Dan King originally wanted to take advantage of the situation to continue his pursuit. However, he suddenly saw that the Great Change Divine Cult and the Stern Young Master were actually taking advantage of this time to fly towards the divine Dan world. Another step closer. How could the King of Elixirs tolerate this? He snorted coldly and launched the same attack towards the Cold Prince. Compared to the divine Dan world, the grudges with Bao Sanhua and the others were nothing. The Stern Young Master wholeheartedly rushed forward. Above his head was a light shield. However, it was impossible for him to dodge the attack. He was directly hit and staggered. His entire body was sent flying backwards. He was directly hit until his head was dizzy. The furious Dan King did not give him a chance to breathe. He directly rushed forward and formed a huge foot. With a sudden stomp, it seemed as if the myriad heavens and myriad worlds were going to collapse under the stomp. "Master!" The experts that followed the stern young master roared. They quickly ignited their blood essence and flew out. They joined forces to set up a large formation to protect the stern young master. Boom! Chapter 2077. With a loud explosion, the entire formation exploded and turned into fragments that filled the sky. The experts of the foreign races spat out mouthfuls of blood and were sent flying. At this time, the cold-looking expert finally reacted. In his hand, there was a long sword that was filled with a fierce aura. It burst forth with an astonishing sword light and filled the sky with sword scars. The dazzling sword light rushed towards the Dan King. Bang! The sword light slashed towards the King of Elixirs. The King of Elixirs snorted coldly. He opened his hand and caught the sword light. Child's play! The King of Elixirs snorted disdainfully. Suddenly his eyes widened in shock. His hand suddenly exploded and turned into a cloud of danchi. This sword light actually directly blew his big hand into powder. What is this? The King of Elixirs was shocked. More Dan Chi surrounded his hand, and he was slowly recovering. He was secretly surprised. Luckily, he had caught the sword light with his hand. If he had looked down on him and didn't take it head on, he would have been seriously injured. That cold-looking prince definitely didn't have that kind of strength, so it had to be the long sword in his hand. It was a long sword made of bronze, and it was unknown how many talismans and formations were engraved on it. It exuded a terrifying might that made people tremble. It was definitely not an ordinary sword. The stern-looking man didn't say anything. He didn't even look at his subordinates. He held the sword in his hand and slashed towards the King of Elixirs. At this moment, the dazzling sword light turned into an unimaginable Milky Way. It danced in the sky, dazzling but extremely dangerous. The King of Dan's expression was unsightly, but he still unleashed powerful martial arts torrents to meet the Milky Way head-on. His countless years of bitter cultivation and accumulated strength were all displayed at this moment. Although the stern-looking man had a sword in his hand, he was still suppressed. The King of Elixir's strength was undoubtedly at the peak of the legendary realm. Let's kill this old man first. Otherwise, we won't have a share of the divine pill. Bao Sanhua roared and also launched an attack towards Dan King. They were very clear that if they were unable to kill Dan King, then the divine pill would have nothing to do with them. The King of Elixirs alone could completely suppress them. Only by joining hands could they have any hope. With a wave of Bao Sanhua's hand, a huge building flew out and pressed down on the Dan King. It was the primordial immemorial pavilion. The primordial immemorial pavilion, which had not moved for thousands of years, exploded with a strange power at this moment. Clang! The Zhen Yuan Lu directly hit Dan King, causing him to stagger. He could not help but gasp for breath. His eyes flashed with an incomparably fierce and annoyed expression. If he was still at his peak, these ants wouldn't be able to hurt him. They wouldn't even be able to make him stagger. But now such a thing had happened. Thinking of this, he was incomparably furious and shocked. Roar! The King of Elixirs couldn't help but roar. However, more and more experts were surrounding him. They couldn't let the old King of Elixirs get the divine pill. Otherwise, it would be their nightmare. All kinds of terrifying attacks were launched towards the King of Elixirs. Shockwaves swept out in all directions. Yi Shiwen, who was hiding in the dark, was watching carefully, waiting for an opportunity. He knew that he only had one chance. If he missed this time, he wouldn't have another chance. Whether it was the Great Change sect, Bao Sanhua, or anyone else, they wouldn't give him a chance to escape. Yi Shiwen was able to see the strength of these people as they attacked with all their might. Among these people, the strongest was undoubtedly the King of Legend. However, He had already entered the angel's decay stage. His strength was not as good as before, and his chi and blood were far from being comparable to when he was at his peak. Next was the cold-looking young master. His strength had probably entered the 7th layer of Paong realm. His strength was incomparably terrifying. He had also entered the late stage of the legend realm. He was also the only one who could contend with the King of Elixirs. Although he was completely suppressed by the King of Elixirs, he was still much better than the others who couldn't withstand the King of Elixirs' attacks. Apart from him, Bao Senhua and the other legendary experts of the primordial sect, except for the woman who was at the 4th layer of Paong realm, were all at the 5th layer of Paong realm and above. On the side of the Great Change sect, the Great Sect leader and the 2nd sect leader were also at the 5th layer of Paong realm. Other than these experts, the rest of the experts in the myth realm were not worth mentioning. There was nothing to be afraid of. These experts in the Paong realm were mostly at the 1st or 2nd level of the Paong realm. The strongest were only at the 3rd level of the Paong realm. They posed no threat to him. However, at this time they were also fighting with the demon pellet experts. The scene was extremely chaotic. With such a large-scale scene of hundreds of legendary experts fighting, even the profound Death Realm experts who were hiding far away had no choice but to circulate all their strength to resist. If they were not careful, they could be seriously injured. In a battle of this level, the profound Death Realm experts were nothing. They were just ants that could be easily trampled to death. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire world was shaking madly. Even with the suppression of the divine Tao, laws of the dead gods, it was unable to suppress the collective rebellion of over 100 mythical experts. The world trembled unceasingly, and the ferocious formations automatically revived in order to resist the aftershocks of the battle. Within the battle, the most eye-catching one was naturally the battle between Dan King and Lung Gongzi's group. The experts from both sides, regardless of whether they were at the legend or the profound death stage, clearly knew that it was impossible for them to determine the outcome of the battle. Only the outcome of the battle would be determined. Dan King's strength was terrifyingly profound. It was unknown how many thousands of years of strength he had accumulated. At this moment, it was completely displayed. However, he had already entered the angel's decay stage 5. His strength had greatly declined. It could be said that after entering the angel's decay stage 5, his strength was constantly declining with every passing second. Although he could still suppress the aloof prince and the others, he could not truly deal a fatal blow to kill them. His strength was getting weaker and weaker. Yi Shiwen could see that Dan King might not be able to hold on for long. The angel's decay stage 5 was already a symptom of death. Moreover, it was such an intense battle. His chi and blood could not be replenished like ordinary people. Basically, the more he used, the less his chi and blood would decrease. If this went on, his chi and blood would be exhausted and he would die. He constantly roared. He had already reached the peak of mortal life. He was only a step away from immortality. Was he going to die in front of the door of immortality? Was he going to die in front of the door of immortality? He had cultivated for thousands of years. From the other side of the shore, he had cleaved through the waves all the way to the door of immortality. Was he going to die just like that? He was not willing to accept it. He could only fight to the death. On the other side, even though the King of Elixirs was having a hard time, the stern young man wasn't any better. The King of Elixirs didn't even use any weapons. He only relied on his tyrannical strength to completely suppress the young man. Panic flashed through his eyes. He had received guidance from the elders in his clan. He knew that the divine Dan realm was about to open. Therefore, he asked for this magic sword. He did not expect that he still had no way to deal with Dan King. He was even completely suppressed by him. If it was not for this powerful pseudo-divine instrument, he would have been completely suppressed by Dan King on the spot. He was also constantly being beaten. The chi and blood in his body were already in a mess. He could not mobilize them at all. In front of Dan King, He could only defend, but not fight back. If this went on, he would probably be suppressed to death. Not to mention the others. Bao Sanhua and the others could only be his assistants. He could not count on them. Moreover, these people were also his opponents later. It would be better if they all died. One side was fighting to the death. The other side had ulterior motives. At this time, it seemed to be a strange balance. Boom! 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 The battle had entered a white-hot stage. Both sides had no way out. They would not retreat and could not retreat. They each used their own techniques. It was extremely dazzling. It was the technique of demigods. It caused the heaven and earth to tremble. It was unknown which expert it was responding to. However, in this kind of collision, youth ultimately triumphed over old age. The stern young master gritted his teeth and persevered until the Elixir King's chi and blood began to deteriorate, frantically collapsing bit by bit. His strength began to weaken bit by bit. When Bao Sanhua and the others saw this, their faces lit up with joy. Just a little bit more. As long as they could kill Dan King, even if they could only rob him, it would still be a great fortune. Right at that moment, while everyone was paying full attention to the battlefield, a figure suddenly flew up and headed in the direction of the god Elixir. It was a sudden change. No one had expected it to turn out like this. Who was it that wanted to fish in troubled waters while they were fighting? It's you, Yishiwen. Bao Sanhua immediately recognized that this person was none other than Yishiwen. At this time, the people of the Great Change Divine Sect were also looking at this scene with bitter expressions on their faces. They hated Yishiwen to the core, especially since the third sect leader hadn't returned. Now that Yishiwen had appeared here, a bad premonition flashed in their hearts. You're courting death. Do you think the divine Tao can be resisted so easily? The aloof prince was not anxious. He knew very well that the divine Tao and Dan King's laws were entangled around the divine Dan. Ordinary people would not be able to get close to it. However, when he turned his head, his eyes suddenly widened. Chapter 2078. Near the divine elixir. The law of alchemy and divine way intertwined and became even more powerful. The deeper one went, the more powerful the attacks of the law would be. Every attack could seriously injure a profound death realm expert. It was extremely terrifying. Even if the divine way had been dead for countless years, the corpse of a god could not be desecrated by ordinary people. Therefore, the stern young master was very relieved that Yishiwen would not succeed. But even if he knew that it was impossible to succeed, he was still burning with anger. This Yishiwen actually dared to take advantage of the situation at this time. It was simply intolerable. Moreover, he had already recognized Yishiwen. It was the guy who crippled his subordinates in the primordial chaos building, destroyed his doppelganger, and snatched the stately painting. Although he knew that there was a conspiracy in the stately painting, he did not care. With his powerful strength and this sword, he had nothing to fear in the divine Dan realm, except for the king of elixirs. In the face of powerful strength, all schemes and tricks were fleeting and not worth mentioning. Yishiwen actually dared to intercept and still dared to do such a thing. He was simply courting death. However, when he turned his head, his eyes suddenly widened. He saw that the stately painting above Yishiwen's head had actually integrated with the law of alchemy and divine way. He flew all the way and did not encounter any decent obstacles. Yishiwen leaped all the way, and in an instant he had already rushed to the front of the divine elixir. The eyes of the divine elixir that had transformed into a human figure suddenly burst out with a terrifying green light. His whole body seemed to be coming back to life, and it looked very terrifying. However, this green light was like the final radiance of the setting sun and slowly disappeared. Only then did Yishiwen feel relieved. He was completely shocked just now, and almost thought that the divine elixir had also come back to life and was about to turn into a corpse. He took out the Tianyuan mirror and brushed out a ray of bloodlight. He wanted to shine the divine elixir into it. This was the body of a god. In Yi Shiwen's hands, there was nothing else that could do it other than the Tianyuan mirror. Almost all deities would form their own divine kingdom, which was another world. In order to absorb an entire world, only an even larger world would be able to do it. Although the power of Tianyuan mirror was not as good as the yin yang life and death diagram, it was much better than it. However, it wasn't something that could be done in an instant. Yi Shiwen slowly absorbed this elixir into his body. At this time, everyone began to panic. They originally thought that Yi Shiwen couldn't do it. Who would have thought that he actually did it? Everyone began to chase after Yi Shiwen. And just at this moment, that Dan King also started to go crazy. He fell into his final state of madness. Almost all the blood in his body started to burn. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as his hope was destroyed. He went crazy and wanted to drag everyone down with him. "All of you will die. All of you will die." Dan King roared. His eyes turned red, and all the energy in his body started to boil. Not good. Everyone suddenly reacted. This Dan King actually planned to self-destruct. He was really crazy. He actually planned to self-destruct. There were still many Dan Demoness here. But at this time, everyone didn't think so much. They shouted and flew in all directions. "Ha ha ha! All of you are going to die. Accompany me to hell!" Dan King shouted crazily. F***CK, madman, this is really a madman. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but curse in his heart. This Dan King was obviously crazy. He was here to protect himself, and no one could escape. He had already seen how terrible the power of a legendary expert's self-destruction was. However, for a person who had cultivated to this level, which one of them hadn't experienced thousands of tribulations. If it wasn't for the fact that there was no way out, who would choose such an unyielding method? But at this time, he simply couldn't escape because the elixir hadn't been completely absorbed into Tianyuan mirror. On one side was the elixir, and on the other side was the Dan King who wanted to self-destruct. He gritted his teeth and instantly made up his mind. Fight! Without waiting for him to react, he saw the terrible power in Dan King's body surging out and exploding with a loud bang. Bang! An incomparably huge mushroom rose up, and the impact wave smashed everything. Those legendary experts who couldn't dodge in time were directly hit by the impact and suffered serious injuries on the spot. And those profound Death Realm experts suffered heavy casualties in an instant. Except for a few who were seriously injured and fainted at the edge, most of them were blown to death in an instant. The self-destruction of a terrifying existence at the peak of the legendary realm was so powerful. Everything dissipated, and the space also slowly began to recover under the power of the divine way. However, the entire space hall was already in a mess. Countless people had died and were injured. In the outside world, all of these people were illustrious and famous existences, but now they were dead and injured like ants. No one could distinguish who was who. Puff! Yi Shiwen spurted out a mouthful of blood. The 5 Emperors' battle armor on his body had been completely destroyed. This was because he had used the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram and the yin-yang life and death diagram to build a line of defense. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as the 5 Emperors' battle armor being destroyed. Even so, he had also suffered serious injuries. In his eyes, there was a rare look of luck. Fortunately, Dan King's strength had been greatly depleted before this, and the remaining qi and blood was not that much. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to escape today. Peak of the legendary realm experts were the existence closest to the gods. At any time, the existence of these people should not be underestimated. In his hand, the Tianyuan mirror was still working. Finally, it had completely absorbed the divine elixir. He finally heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally succeeded. Thinking of this, he almost wanted to laugh out loud. After experiencing being schemed against and plotted against, he had actually succeeded. Yi Shiwen Dai. Suddenly, an incomparably cold voice came from behind Yi Shiwen. He saw the stern young master, standing behind Yi Shiwen with an ice-cold expression. He was in a rather sorry state. His clothes were tattered, and he was holding a powerful magic sword in his hand. A powerful aura erupted from his body. Although he was in a sorry state, he was still in a much better state than Yi Shiwen. At the very least, he was not seriously injured. "Oh no, why is he fine?" Yi Shiwen could not help but shout and flew out on the spot. At that moment, he felt that the place where he was just standing had been cut in half by a sword light. The stern young master's expression did not have the slightest fluctuation. It was as if he was looking at a dead person. The magic sword in his hand directly bloomed with a terrifying sword light. Countless sword principles were entwined on it, and its power was infinite. "Go!" Yi Shiwen did not hesitate and forcibly suppressed the injuries on his body. The tempest wings behind him suddenly unfolded, and he flew out in an instant. His whole person was like a thunderstorm, looking extremely fast. "Want to leave? Where do you think you're going?" The stern young master directly stepped on a sword light and chased directly. Yi Shiwen's strength was originally far inferior to the stern young master. Not to mention, he was now in a state of serious injury. Even if his tempest wings tried its best, the stern young master was still getting closer and closer. The sword light was extremely fast. It looked like he was chasing Yi Shiwen relentlessly and wanted to kill him completely. "Damn it!" Yi Shiwen continued to growl in a low voice. He was flying at such a high speed, constantly tearing open the space. His injuries, which had originally been suppressed, had the tendency of surging up again. They impacted his limbs and bones again and again. There was not the slightest trace of blood on his face. Cold sweat kept dripping down. His head was getting heavier and heavier. Gradually, he had the urge to faint. "No, I have to hold on, hold on." Yi Shiwen used the Mingxin ancient tree to stabilize his mind. At this time, the Phoenix regeneration technique was useless. If it was not for the Phoenix regeneration technique to stabilize his body would have exploded on the spot. He went all the way to the center of the divine Dan realm. He held the mountain river map in his hand. It was impossible to rely on ordinary methods to get rid of the stern young master behind him. With his current state, it was impossible to escape. If he continued, the injuries on his body would completely collapse. At this point, he had no other choice. He directly flew towards the space in the depths of the divine Dan realm. Shwa! His hands directly tore the space and directly flew in. When it flashed again, it had already appeared thousands of miles away. However, behind him, the stern young master did not get rid of him. On the contrary, he was constantly chasing after him. Yi Shiwen rushed all the way. Just when he thought that he was about to be unable to hold on, suddenly, he only saw a very large sacred mountain in the center appearing in front of him. His whole body was shrouded in a huge fog, and he was shrouded in a huge formation. Yi Shiwen did not have the slightest hesitation. He immediately took a big stride and directly rushed into the formation. Sensing that someone had entered, the formation that was originally operating actually operated at a more terrifying speed. The rumbling sound resounded throughout the world. A terrifying power rotated crazily. Feeling the power of the entire formation, the stern-looking young master, who had originally planned to rush in with them, stopped in his tracks. His cold eyes stared at the formation and wavered, as if he was considering whether he should rush in or not. But as time passed, the entire formation operated more intensely. The majestic and terrifying power poured out, causing his face to constantly change. Chapter 2079. Rushing into the formation. Yi Shiwen immediately fainted. Even someone as tough as him couldn't hold on at this moment and fainted on the spot. He didn't know how long had passed, but in the chaos, everything was silent. Slowly, he woke up from the chaos. He opened his eyes in a daze. Before he could fully recover, he heard chuckle. "You're awake." His heart suddenly tightened and he suddenly woke up. He flipped over and stood up. He saw a middle-aged man standing proudly in front of him with his hands behind his back. There was a faint smile on his face. A distant memory suddenly rushed into his mind. This person was Li Feng, whom he hadn't seen for many years. Who else could it be? His heart relaxed a little, and he heaved a sigh of relief. It's only been a few hundred years, and your cultivation has actually reached such a level. Amazing. Li Feng looked at Yi Shiwen in amazement. He seemed to be a little surprised. He didn't expect that in just a few hundred years, in the blink of an eye, Yi Shiwen, whom he thought he would never see again, had already cultivated to such an amazing level. Peak of the second heaven of Paong realm. The power contained in his body probably far exceeded this realm. His cultivation was far higher than Yi Shiwen's. Naturally, he could see it at a glance. His eyes couldn't help but flash a look of admiration, and he couldn't help but feel a little lonely. There were so many geniuses in the human race. It wasn't without reason that the human race could become a big clan. Compared to the prosperous and developed human race, the bereaved clan was left with only 2 or 3 kittens. They were almost synonymous with history. Originally, he thought that Yi Shiwen would at most be limited to a small place like the true martial domain. Unexpectedly, his achievements were far beyond that. "Senior, you flatter me." Yi Shiwen cupped his hands and said, "I won't flatter anyone." Li Feng said unceremoniously, "If you didn't have this little strength, I wouldn't have said anything." "How did you come in?" Li Feng asked. "Did Xiao Yi go to find you?" Li Feng was extremely intelligent. Almost in an instant, he had already figured out that this was the only possibility for Yi Shiwen to come all the way from the Xian world. "Yes," Yi Shiwen said. He didn't hesitate and directly released Leah. "Daddy, it's great that you're all right." Leah had just come out, and when she saw Li Feng, she immediately pounced on him. Although she had been in the Tianyuan mirror all this time and did not come out, she had been worried about Li Feng. At this moment, seeing that Li Feng was fine, she heaved a sigh of relief. "Silly girl." Li Feng smiled gracefully. He was not discouraged at all because he was trapped in this formation. "I knew it was because of you the moment he came. Apart from him, I don't think there's anyone else you can invite." Li, you didn't know what she was thinking. She blushed and glanced at Yi Shiwen. "Hey, silly girl, you could have escaped, but now you're trapped here with me." Li Feng sighed. "If you're worried about me, you don't have to. This girl is too worried and confused. She definitely didn't tell you, clearly. Although I'm trapped in this formation, it doesn't matter if there's no one presiding over it. Although there's an expert like the Elixir King in the Divine Dan realm. He's probably going to die soon. It's just that I'll be trapped for a longer time. When my cultivation improves, I'll naturally be able to break the formation and escape." Little Yet is also very filial, Yi Shiwen said with a smile. Then he told Li Feng about the Elixir King's self-destruction. "Sai, a peerless expert of a generation, has fallen now." Li Feng sighed. Although both sides were enemies at this moment, he still felt a sense of sympathy for the death of a rabbit. "So you were seriously injured by the Elixir King's self-destruction." "That's normal." Yi Shiwen did not mention the matter of the divine elixir. However, he believed that with Li Feng's intelligence he had already guessed it. Both sides had a tacit understanding not to mention it. Although the relationship between the two wasn't that bad, it wasn't that good either. It was only because of Li Ya's relationship. In the past, they had fought each other for so many years. Although they were of different races, how could there not be any grudges in their hearts? I was originally alone. If I wanted to rush out, I would need to spend more effort. However, with you around, it's just right. If you and I work together, we should be able to rush out in a few years," said Li Feng. "You heal your injuries first. Take advantage of this time. I'll rush Little Ya's cultivation into the myth realm." "You've obtained that elixir?" asked Yi Shiwen. "This little girl really tells you everything. I've indeed obtained it. This is the physique of our race. After this stage, everything will be smooth sailing. I've been delayed too much in my life, so this is it. I don't ask for anything else. However, Lilia has just started. I hope that she can improve further and revitalize our race in the future." Li Feng did not hide anything and said. Yi Shiwen sighed. The grievances between the human race and the native clan had lasted for many years. No one was right or wrong. It was all for the sake of survival. Since Li Feng said so, Yi Shiwen did not hesitate. He directly sat down and began to operate the Phoenix regeneration technique to heal his injuries. This time he was seriously injured, and then he was half dead after being chased by that stern young master. His physical body almost collapsed. This kind of behavior of snatching food from the tiger's mouth once was enough. Next time, he must be very careful. However, a horse would not get fat without grass at night. If it were not for several times like this, how could he have improved so quickly? His divine thoughts entered the Tianyuan mirror and saw that in the Tianyuan mirror, the human-shaped elixir was directly floating in the air, constantly spewing elixir energy in all directions, almost rendering the world inside the Tianyuan mirror into a brand new divine Dan realm. In the sky of the Tianyuan mirror, a chain condensed from law talismans directly stretched out, locking the human-shaped elixir in it to prevent it from escaping. Even if it had already fallen, it was still not to be underestimated. This was the first time Yi Shiwen had truly captured the corpse of a deity apart from the physical body of the Lord of Darkness. Moreover, it was different from the Lord of Darkness. Yi Shiwen could not do anything to the Lord of Darkness. But as long as there was a little of this elixir, it would be a great benefit for him. He directly opened his mouth, and some elixir energy from the human-shaped elixir directly crossed the vast sky, forming a huge river. In one breath, all of it was absorbed into Yi Shiwen's body. His physical body, which was originally on the verge of collapse, was actually recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. This efficiency was even better than the Phoenix regeneration technique. This elixir was indeed amazing. It was originally a peerless elixir refined by the pill god, and later on, this elixir even proved itself and added endless temples. After another 10 days, he finally completely recovered from the injuries on his body. He glanced at Liu again, who was doing her best to break through, and Li Feng was doing his best to protect her, using his own martial arts to prop up a world in this area crushed by the formation. Father's love, roughly speaking, was like this. Yi Shiwen did not idle around. After confirming that Liu would not come out for a while, he simply entered into a state of closed-door training and began to break through to the 3rd level of Pong realm. There was too much blood essence belonging to a master in the legend realm in his body. Even though he had broken through twice, he still did not completely consume it. In addition, there was the abomination god suppressed in his body previously, so he already had the qualifications to break through to the 3rd level of Pong realm in one breath. In addition, there was also the previous understanding of the peak of the legend realm, so he did not have to worry about advancing too quickly and causing his cultivation to collapse uncontrollably. After making up his mind, he absorbed another elixir's elixir energy and then completely stimulated the legend realm blood essence that was suppressed in his body and began to refine it into his own martial arts to help him completely break through to the 3rd level of Pong realm. Boom! 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 Circles of air waves erupted from his body, stirring up the ominous formation in the sky and also constantly shaking. An incomparably loud roar was heard, causing the whole world to shake endlessly. And at this time, Yi Shiwen finally released the abomination god that was suppressed in his body. TSK, 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 I'm finally out again. Damned human, how dare you hurt me? I won't let you off. As soon as the abomination god appeared, it saw Yi Shiwen. It really hated Yi Shiwen to the core. Idiot! Yi Shiwen laughed coldly and immediately opened his hand and suddenly grabbed at the sky. The abomination god that had just appeared was immediately caught in his hand, and then, without waiting for the abomination god to say anything, he directly opened his mouth and swallowed the abomination god. Boom! inside Yi Shiwen's body, the flesh instantly shattered, and it was forcibly blown up by a powerful and terrifying force. "Want to swallow me? Don't even think about it." The abomination god's insolent laughter was heard. "Seal!" Before the flesh turned into powder, Yi Shiwen shouted, and the word seal descended from the sky, enveloping his flesh. The flesh that was about to be torn apart was immediately sealed, and it began to recover again. Bit by bit, Yi Shiwen was like a broken ceramic that was glued back together. The whole scene looked extremely strange, but as he forcibly reorganized his flesh bit by bit, the power was also constantly refined by him, and his strength also continued to increase bit by bit, and he was breaking through to the third level of Paong realm with all his strength. Boom! 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 Parts of Yi Shiwen's body exploded from time to time, and gusts of air directly rushed out, but his expression was extremely calm, and he quietly waited for the day of the breakthrough. Time flew like a white steed, and it was impossible to grasp it. In the blink of an eye, 7 years passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 2080. Yi Shiwen didn't know how much time had passed. He only knew that he was constantly practicing, and practicing. He was seizing every minute and every second to practice. He didn't have a moment of distraction because he was in a state where he could explode at any time. No, it should be said that he was constantly exploding. Every time his body exploded, the amount of blood essence he absorbed would increase, and he would become stronger. Although the conditions had been met, it had only been a short time since his last breakthrough. This time, it seemed a little forced, so it was especially difficult for him to break through. For him, there was the enlightening mind, ancient tree, to stabilize his mind. Therefore, his mind wouldn't get tired. Ordinary people would have to stop because they had consumed a lot of their mind power. However, he wouldn't have such trouble. On the contrary, he could constantly attack a higher realm without stopping. Moreover, he didn't need to stop. He felt like he was a flood that was constantly pounding against a dam. The dam was on the verge of collapsing under his constant erosion, as if it could collapse at any time. However, he didn't know how long it had been, but he still couldn't break the dam. Boom! Finally, he broke through the bottleneck of the third heaven of the Paong realm that had troubled him for many years. He broke through to the third heaven of the Paong realm in one fell swoop. The qi and blood in his body continued to rise into the sky, like a huge pillar that supported the sky. His cultivation was still growing. The blood essence in his body was also constantly being absorbed by him and transformed into martial power, so his martial power was constantly improving. After a long time, he finally absorbed the last bit of blood essence that belonged to a demigod. He could feel that the blood in his body had become more golden, and there was more and more golden divinity mixed in it. This meant that he was gradually approaching the realm of gods. If he could completely turn his blood golden, it would mean that he had completely entered the realm of Tao confirmation. That would be the blood of gods. The blood essence of the mythical experts that he had collected in the past was only a small part of each mythical expert. After providing him with 3 consecutive breakthroughs, it was finally completely consumed. But he could feel that his cultivation was unprecedentedly strong. With the help of the devoured divine sins, he felt that the divinity in his body had become more powerful. His martial power had almost climbed to the peak of the 3rd level of Paong realm in one breath. He didn't know how much hard work had been saved, but he was satisfied with it. As soon as he opened his eyes, he sensed that the lightning elements around him were abnormally active. Shocked, he looked up again and saw that at some point in time, boundless tribulation clouds had formed in the sky. This was the demigod tribulation. Yi Shiwen, who had also crossed the demigod tribulation, was too familiar with it. It was just that compared to his tribulation at that time, this tribulation was undoubtedly smaller, but at the same time, it was also much bigger than the tribulation of ordinary people. And at this time, the tribulation was coming to an end. In the range of the tribulation, a graceful figure was fighting in the sky. It was none other than Leah. Leah's movements were graceful, like a fairy descending to the world, but she was able to shatter the tribulation every time. This demigod tribulation could not do anything to her. In fact, Yi Shiwen could even see that she was using the tribulation to refine the blood essence of the mythical experts in her body, as well as the power of the demon pellet that Yi Shiwen had sealed in her body. She was refining all of them so that she could be at her peak state at any time, without having to think about anything else. Yi Shiwen vaguely felt that the powerful qi and blood and the method of crossing the tribulation were vaguely familiar. Very soon, he realized why it felt so familiar. This was clearly the method he used to cross the tribulation, and Leah was actually 50% similar to him. The corners of his mouth could not help but reveal a slight smile. This girl, and at the edge of the tribulation, Li Feng stood with his hands behind his back. His tall and straight figure was like a spear piercing the sky, emitting a majestic aura. His sharp gaze that was like an eagle's had always been on Leah, and had never left her since the beginning. Even if he clearly knew that Leah wouldn't be in any danger when overcoming the tribulation, he still didn't dare relax. Once something went wrong, he would probably personally interfere. Sensing Yi Shiwen's breakthrough, he finally turned his head and said, "You've broken through?" "Yes." Yi Shiwen nodded with a smile. There was nothing to hide. "Your cultivation is indeed very fast. No wonder you've already cultivated to such a level after not seeing each other for so many years." Li Feng also praised. Even after not seeing Yi Shiwen for hundreds of years, the shock he felt when he saw Yi Shiwen again was not as great as the shock he felt when he saw Yi Shiwen right under his nose. He vaguely finally understood why Yi Shiwen had improved so quickly. All these years he had thought that his daughter had improved rapidly under his guidance. He believed that she was not inferior to the most outstanding disciples of the immortal legacies, and might even be more outstanding. Who would have thought that there would still be a huge gap between her and this monster? When he was at this age, he definitely wasn't as strong as he was now. Yi Shiwen nodded without replying. He pinched his fingers and calculated, and immediately understood that a full 7 years had actually passed. Didn't this mean that the Tao lecture at the Nameless Tao Institute had ended? He had originally only planned to go to the Divine Dan realm, but he had never imagined that he would be delayed here for 7 years. To a cultivator, 7 years was just a blink of an eye. However, he couldn't take it lightly. He didn't know how the profound world and the ancient desolate era had changed in 7 years. His heart was filled with urgency. Without the protection of the Nameless Tao Institute, both the Heaven Wasteland Hall and the Divine Union would no longer be polite, and a clash between the two parties was inevitable. Although his cultivation base had improved during these 7 years, and he had broken through to the 3rd level of the Powong realm, he was still far from the strength of the Heaven Wasteland Hall and the Divine Union. He did not have much confidence in this, so he could only give it his all. His mind sank into the Tianyuan mirror. Other than the human-shaped divine elixir, there was also a domineering figure sitting in the void in the depths of the Tianyuan mirror, surrounded by the power of darkness. He could only hope that Yemo would be able to seize the physical body of the Lord of Darkness in time. In that case, he would still have the strength to fight. If he really could not do it, he could only forcefully spit out the divine elixir and fight. That would be the last resort. Firstly, it would be a waste. Secondly, given his cultivation base, he would probably explode on the spot. However, if it really came to that, he was afraid that he would have no other choice. This was not the time for him to make a choice. His gaze once again turned to Leah, who was undergoing the tribulation in the sky. The tribulation was slowly approaching its end, and the power of the tribulation was getting weaker and weaker, unable to pose any threat to Leah. Boom! Suddenly, the aura on Leah's body soared into the sky, and she broke into the myth realm in one fell swoop. Her body was faintly entwined with golden silk threads, which was the divinity that she had condensed. After entering the Powong realm, she did not stop. She rushed all the way to the peak of the 1st level of the Powong realm. She was still breaking through continuously, and the tribulation clouds in the sky had already been completely cleared. Damn, she was going to break into the second level of the Powong realm in one go. She was even more vigorous than me at that time. Even Yi Shiwen had to admit that he had always been envious of Li Ya's talent. However, it was limited to this because he had seen too many geniuses who were far more talented than him. However, in the end, he was the one who had the last laugh. The blood essence in Xiaoya's body. Was it you who sealed it in her body? Asked Li Feng. He could easily guess that it was related to Yi Shiwen. Yes. Yi Shiwen nodded. This time, Leah was able to break into the Powong realm so easily, in addition to the preparations that Li Feng had made all these years. The blood essence of a master at the third level of the Powong realm that Yi Shiwen had sealed in her body had also played a great role. Li Feng looked at Yi Shiwen with some emotion and finally sighed. Although he was a human, he had to admit that Yi Shiwen treated Leah well. Even as her father, he could not find any fault with it. The blood essence of a master at the myth realm was not cabbage that could be found by the roadside. It was impossible for ordinary people to obtain it. In fact, it was Yi Shiwen who had brought Leah out of that sealed forbidden area. Otherwise, who knew how long it would take for him to find Leah? The line of defense in his heart was slightly loosened. From this moment onwards, he had truly accepted the relationship between Yi Shiwen and Leah. After breaking into the peak of the first level of the Powong realm, Leah did not stop. She once again tried to break into the second level of the Powong realm. Moreover, she did not have to wait for long. She directly broke into the second level of the Powong realm on the spot. Only then did she barely deplete the blood essence of a master at the third level of the Powong realm in her body. She retracted the aura on her body. With a glance, she saw Yi Shiwen and Li Feng looking at her from the periphery. She could not help but immediately rush over. Seeing that Leah had successfully broken into the Powong realm, Li Feng finally heaved a sigh of relief. Then he said, "Now that Xiaoya has also broken into the Powong realm, I have finally settled a matter that has been bothering me. Let's work together now and break out directly." "Where do you plan to break through from?" asked Yi Shiwen. "I've been studying this formation for all these years. I've discovered the formation eye of this formation. Although it's a little dangerous, we can only break through from the formation eye if we don't want to be trapped here until the end of time." Li Feng glanced at Yi Shiwen and said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "Xiaoya and I are fine. It doesn't matter even if we die alone here. However, can you do it?" Yi Shiwen immediately nodded without hesitation and said, "In that case, let's not delay any more. Let's rush out directly." Chapter 2081. In the depths of the Divine Dan realm, on the tallest Divine Dan mountain, there was an incomparably huge formation enveloping it. This was originally the territory of the Dan King. He was the master of the Divine Dan realm, a supreme existence within the Divine Dan realm. However, as the King of Elixirs self-destructed in the God's Tomb, the King of Elixirs' forces scattered. Originally, there were many mythical experts in the Divine Dan realm. These mythical experts were the rulers of the Divine Dan realm under the rule of the King of Elixirs. Now that the King of Elixirs had been defeated, the Divine Dan realm had entered a stage where heroes fought for supremacy. Many mythical level pill demons began to fight for the remaining resources and forces of the King of Elixirs. They divided everything that belonged to the King of Elixirs. This included the Divine Dan Mountain, which symbolized the supreme existence in the Divine Dan realm. It was also the target of many pellet demons. Of the two masters of the Divine Dan Mountain, the first was the supreme pill god, and the second was the Pill King who had ruled over the Divine Dan realm for countless years. Now, with his death, the Divine Dan Mountain had once again entered a masterless state. The two strongest pellet demons at the 7th level of the Powong realm had fought countless battles over the ownership of the Divine Dan Mountain. In the past 7 years, both sides had clashed countless times. In the Divine Dan realm, there was no one stronger than them. In other words, no matter who won or lost, they would become the new master of the Divine Dan realm. With the resources and power of the entire divine Dan realm, it was unknown whether they would become the next king of Dan in the future. Therefore, the fight around the divine Dan mountain was exceptionally bloody and tragic. Countless demon beasts were killed in the air and fell to the ground. The battle had even affected the back of the divine Dan mountain. It was a place covered by countless arrays. In the past, it was the place where the pellet god practiced in seclusion. Later on, the king of Dan did not have the ability to open up a place for seclusion. He could only divide it into a forbidden area, which was also the back of the divine Dan mountain. He lived in the front of the mountain. By this point, the front mountain was already covered with corpses. Although they were pill demons, the intensity of the fighting was not one bit inferior to the fighting between humans. In the sky, 2 demigod Dan beasts of the 7th heavenly layer of Powong realm were fighting fiercely. One of them was a humanoid legend Dan beast, holding a long spear in his hand. He was dressed in iron clothes and used to be the number 1 general under Dan King. In front of him was a powerful Dan beast. Its body was emitting a powerful chi, which made people shudder when they saw it. The battle between the 2 sides was intense to the extreme, directly causing the sky above the divine Dan world to collapse. These were 2 powerful existences that could contend for the position of Lord of the divine Dan world. They were each other's only opponents, so it was even more impossible for them to back off. However, just as their battle reached its climax, a huge hand suddenly descended from the sky. It suddenly took form, and then it directly grabbed at the 2 great experts. Perfect timing. I've been tricked this time, and all my subordinates are dead. I'm still lacking an exotic beast to pull the carriage and a coachman. You 2 are perfect. Roar! The Dan beast of the 7th heavenly layer of Powong realm couldn't help but roar in anger. His eyes were bloodshot, and the Dan chi on his body was boiling, forming a sea of Dan chi around him. He was completely enraged. He was the king of Dan beasts in the divine Dan world. Since when did he become a strange beast to pull a carriage in the eyes of others? Who dared to be so arrogant? With a roar, he spat out an astonishing torrent of energy, which turned into a beam of light. Following a certain path, it directly grabbed towards the giant hand. Bang! An incomparably loud sound was heard. The beam of light directly hit the huge hand, but it couldn't move it at all. It didn't even scratch its skin. The huge hand directly grabbed at it. The exotic beast flapped its wings and directly dodged the attack. Its 4 claws landed on the ground, and it kept roaring. The black scales on its body shone brightly under the sunlight. His eyes flashed with disbelief. With his strength, how could he not even injure his opponent? As for second brother Pig, he clearly saw that the source of the energy was the back mountain of the divine Dan mountain, which was regarded as a forbidden area by them. The back mountain of the divine Dan mountain. Even when the battle was at its most intense, no one dared to touch it because it was a real forbidden area. It used to be a place where deities cultivated in seclusion, other than deities who could open the seal of that place. Even the king of Dan, who had ruled the divine Dan realm for countless years, couldn't do it, let alone them. Therefore, they didn't even think about fighting for anything. At this moment, the armored Dan beast general clearly remembered something. He used to be the number 1 general of the king of Dan and fought for the king of Dan for many years. There was nothing special about the forbidden area, but about 10 years ago, a peerless demon was suppressed there. Even the king of Dan felt powerless. He could only trick the demon into the formation and activate the formation to suppress the demon. The demon was truly a peerless and terrifying existence. He was far from being a match for the king of Dan. Even the king of Dan felt powerless. As the confidant of the king of Dan, he had heard the king of Dan say that unless the king of Dan was in his peak condition, he wouldn't be a match for the peerless demon. In his heart, the king of Dan was an invincible existence, an existence that even the king of Dan felt he couldn't defeat. That silhouette was deeply imprinted in his heart. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something. Could it be that the person that came out of the formation was that terrifying existence? Impossible. That formation was set up by the god of Dan. It was a divine formation. How could an ordinary person break it? Even the king of Dan couldn't do it. He could only use the fact that he was the disciple of the god of Dan and knew a bit about formations. That was how he managed to activate the formation. It was impossible to destroy it. However, what was going on with the giant hand in front of him? He suddenly felt terrified, but then his pupils shrank. He clearly saw the figure that shocked him a few years ago. Indeed, the demon that was imprisoned in the formation had come out. At this moment, he almost instinctively wanted to escape. He was different from the king of Dan beasts. He had experienced the power of the great demon. So many experts in the myth realm couldn't do anything to him. If the king of Dan didn't trick him into the formation, they would have all been annihilated. That was the peak of the myth realm, a true peak of the myth realm. He immediately turned around and ran away. "Want to leave?" Li Feng shouted coldly. He immediately formed a giant hand. The giant hand was entangled with countless laws in the air. It turned into a cage that could imprison the heavens and directly enveloped the battle general. Bang! He couldn't escape in time and was suppressed by Li Feng. Yi Shiwen watched from the side and couldn't help but be amazed. Yi Shiwen watched from the side and couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Back then, he thought that he had already seen through Li Feng's cultivation. Now that he thought about it, he realized how ignorant and ridiculous he was. That was just an illusion. If it wasn't for the old Big Dipper Alliance Master's persistence, Li Feng's cultivation would probably be able to turn the true martial domain upside down. However, Yi Shiwen was a little curious. The old Alliance Master could surpass the Transcendent Realm because he had survived for countless years. Moreover, he had the support of Emperor Qin's life source. How did Li Feng cultivate to such a powerful strength? The peak of the myth realm was the highest combat power when the deities didn't appear. The pellet beast battle general at the 7th level of the Paoang realm couldn't escape at all. He was imprisoned in front of Yi Shiwen by Li Feng. As for the pellet beast, it was enraged and wanted to escape. However, after being slapped by Li Feng, it instantly became obedient. Although it was a pellet beast, it had already developed its spiritual wisdom. It wasn't stupid. How could it not see how terrifying the person in front of it was? It wasn't someone they could be compared to. Two peak existences at the 7th level of the Paoang realm. Among the myths, they were powerful existences that could call the wind and summon the rain. At this time, they could only obediently sign a master-servant contract with Leah. Yes, not with Li Feng, but with Leah. Yi Shiwen understood that Li Feng wasn't looking for a coachman and a strange beast to pull the carriage for him. He was obviously looking for two helpers for Leah, two protectors. With two myth experts at the 7th level of the Paoang realm protecting her, she could go anywhere in the world. As long as she didn't provoke any extremely terrifying experts, she wouldn't have to worry about protecting herself. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but sigh. How pitiful! They were all in the same mood. Li Feng only took in these two pellet beasts at the 7th level of the Paoang realm. He didn't even spare a glance at their subordinates. He just watched them flee in all directions. This situation was very similar to the time when the King of Elixirs was defeated and his subordinates scattered like monkeys when the tree fell. Death and rise, it might only be a short moment. No one could know what would happen in the next second. Only strength was eternal. Forces were just clothes attached to strength. Yi Shiwen had a lot of feelings in his heart. He stepped forward, cupped his hands, and said, "Since Mr. Li has escaped, then I'll take my leave first. I still have things to do, so I can't stay for long. Big brother, can't you stay?" Li Ye's face revealed an expression of reluctance. This period of time was the happiest time for her. Although she was trapped in the formation, the two most important people in her life were by her side. Even if she was trapped in it for the rest of her life, she was willing to be trapped for the rest of her life. "Silly girl, Your big brother still has things to do. Don't stop him. Li Feng touched Li Ye's head lovingly and said, Since you have things to do, go ahead. I owe you a favor this time. If there's anything in the future, you can directly crush this talisman, and I'll rush over. After Li Feng threw a talisman to Yishiwen, he didn't say anything else. He directly disappeared into the sky with Li Ye and his two new subordinates.